line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
And with everything here, you may have noticed that all the clips that we've been playing, they've been from Democrats. And it's largely because Republicans just kind of praised him and asked softball questions that allowed Kennedy to cue up his comfortable talking points about chronic disease and how food impacts health. Though I will say there were some notable exceptions, like Senator Bill Cassidy, who had a tense exchange with Kennedy over Medicaid and Medicare. Right? And Cassidy asked Kennedy some pretty straightforward questions about these two incredibly important programs that you would expect the health secretary to be able to answer. And with that, we saw the former president of Doctors for America, who was at the hearing, telling reporters afterwards that it was clear that RFK Jr. did not know basic facts about these enormous health programs that he would be supervising. Right? In that interaction with Cassidy, it is super important for a few reasons. First of all, Cassidy is one of the Republicans who could vote against Kennedy's nomination. What's more, he'll also lead Kennedy's second confirmation hearing tomorrow before the Senate Health Committee. And at that hearing, it's expected that RFK Jr. is going to be pressed even more extensively on his knowledge of Medicaid, Medicare, and other key health programs. So we'll have to wait to see how that's actually going to play out tomorrow. And so I'll end here with two things. One, of course, with everything that we're covering here, it was from a huge hours-long hearing, and I can't hit on every highlight, so I'm going to include coverage if you want to watch down below. And two, with everything that we just talked about with this hearing, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments. And then we'll get back to more news in just a moment, but are you looking to jumpstart your health in 2025? Because if you are, I got you. It starts with a healthy metabolism. But your metabolism is your body's engine, turning the food you eat into fuel. And that's where today's sponsor, Lumen, comes in. Right? Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It's a device that measures your metabolism through your breath. In the app, it lets you know if you're burning fat or carbs, giving you tailored guidance to improve your nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. You just breathe into it first thing in the morning, and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fats or carbs. Right? And Lumen gives you recommendations to improve your metabolic health. So what I do is I breathe into it before and after workouts and meals to know exactly what's happening in my body in real time, and it gives me tips to keep me on top of my health game. With all the running and hiking I do, or at least try to do when it is not 12 degrees outside, this tool has been incredibly helpful in letting me know if I have more energy than I thought or if I need to fuel up. So if you want to take the next step in improving your energy and health, go to lumen.me/DeFranco or scan the QR code to get 20% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/DeFranco for 20% off your purchase. Thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring the show. But then we need to talk about how the past 24 hours have seemingly done nothing to address the panic and confusion stemming from the Trump directive freezing trillions of dollars in federal spending, with him officially putting out a fire that he started. And this also after yesterday, a judge temporarily blocked the plan following mass confusion around Medicaid's online portals going dark, with a memo ordering all agencies to begin implementing roughly half a dozen of Trump's earlier executive orders by completing a comprehensive analysis to identify programs, projects, and activities that could go against them, with it specifically highlighting financial assistance for foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal. And with that, the lack of clarity in the directive meant that there was just panic, chaos, and uncertainty yesterday as everyone was trying to figure out what the memo meant, with some of the impacts seemingly being immediate, with Medicaid portals going down in all 50 states. With that not made any better thanks to Trump's press secretary unable to answer a question about whether the program would be funded.
I'll check back on that and get back to you.
But notably, the OMB then issued another memo claiming programs like Medicaid would continue without pause. But in any case, you then had a DC judge temporarily blocking the freeze, keeping the new restrictions from taking effect until at least February 3rd. Though also notably, she did not take an official position on the legality of the freeze. Instead, she just gave time to hear more fleshed out arguments about why she should issue a temporary restraining order that would have only blocked the freeze for an additional 2 weeks. But then, all of a sudden today, you had the acting director of the OMB issuing another memo simply saying the previous memo had been rescinded, right, with it then going on to say, if you have questions about implementing the president's executive orders, please contact your agency general counsel. And so with that, you had Trump's press secretary saying in a statement, OMB has rescinded the memo to end any confusion on federal policy created by the court ruling and the dishonest media coverage. But then continuing, the executive orders issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force in effect and will be rigorously implemented by all agencies and departments. And finally, claiming this action should effectively end the court case and allow the government to focus on enforcing the president's orders on controlling federal spending. And she also made the point again on X, with then people like Chris Murphy, the Democratic senator from Connecticut, responding, the funding shutdown is still in place. They are just doing it without the piece of paper. And this is then AOC responded, to end any confusion, we are going to say one thing and do another. And now, on top of everything, a different judge is reportedly coming in to block the freeze, with the same Politico senior legal affairs reporter saying on X that U.S. District Judge John McConnell will grant a restraining order. And the judge there reportedly saying that the OMB's withdrawal of their initial memo is, quote, distinction without a difference based on the press secretary's comments about continuing on as planned said regarding the freeze. And really, like, as I'm recording this, everyone appears to be just more fucking confused than they were before. Which is also why you have some like AOC saying that the Senate should not confirm Trump's pick to lead the OMB. Writing, the utter fiasco of the last 48 hours is just a taste of the chaos Russ Vought would unleash. But in any case, even as we wait to see where the dust settles with the funding freeze, there's just been more and more conversation about its impact, right? Especially in terms of funding for U.S. programs abroad, right? Because even before the OMB memo this week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio ordered an immediate halt on virtually all U.S. foreign aid programs. And with that, approximately 60 senior staff within the U.S. Agency for International Development have reportedly been suspended, something that's left the agency without clear leadership. And then on top of that, several hundred contractors at USAID have reportedly been furloughed or laid off, some being fired immediately without severance pay and with their benefits expiring within days. Also, dozens of senior staff inside the U.S. Agency for International Development were placed on administrative leave, and hundreds of contractors furloughed or terminated. And now, since then, Rubio has issued a waiver to his own foreign assistance policy, with a memo saying life-saving humanitarian assistance would not be frozen, and then defining that as life-saving medicine, medical services, food, shelter, and subsistence assistance, as well as supplies and reasonable administrative costs as necessary to deliver such assistance. But still, as of recording, it is not clear what exactly that'll mean in terms of what programs state funded or whether it'll impact those whose employment has already been terminated. And notably, as on the domestic side, we're already seeing the impact internationally, with one of the biggest concerns being that this could have a massive impact on efforts to fight HIV and AIDS around the world. You see, that is because clinics all over the place, they rely on U.S. support to provide treatments to those battling the disease. And specifically, something known as the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief is a global health program that was started by Republican President George W. Bush that's credited with saving more than 25 million lives worldwide. But notably, some Republican senators have campaigned against the program for years now, claiming that it promoted abortion. And now, just like that, its funding's been paused, halting the distribution of HIV medications purchased with the U.S. aid money, even if the drugs were already in clinics. And with all that, on Monday, officials worldwide were told that the program's data systems would shut down only 3 hours later, right, immediately closing off access to all data sets, reports, and analytical tools. And now, appointments are reportedly being canceled and patients are being turned away. And so with this, as far as the question of, what is the ultimate impact going to be, there was one study that estimated that if the program were to end, as many as 600,000 lives would be lost over the next decade in South Africa alone. And this is one of the big things, is that South Africa relies on it for only 20% of its HIV budget. But poorer countries, they're almost entirely dependent on it. But there's also saying the chief of staff for the program during the Biden administration saying this is another domino in the devastating impact of the harmful freeze to programs, leaving lives hanging in the balance. But then, to shift gears, let's talk about some what the fuck news on a much smaller level than what we've been seeing lately. Because we're now seeing the news that a Florida teacher and principal are in serious trouble after they allegedly threw a massive rager and had like 100 local high school kids show up. Oh, Florida, my old home state. Right, a rager where, according to police, paramedics had to be called, fights broke out, DUIs were had, and even a gun was pulled out for a video. I mean, literally, even with this name Florida, so much crazy shit happened, I was like, this has to be fake. But no, and at the center of all this, you have Elizabeth Hill Brodigan and Carly Anderson, both of whom are now facing child neglect charges. And as far as who, Hill Brodigan is a principal at a nearby elementary school, while Anderson seems to be a teacher. And police claim that the party was hosted on January 19th at Hill Brodigan's place and was a so-called open house party, which notably is an actual thing under Florida law, and it pretty much means that there was a party where minors had access to booze and adults knew about it. And the party here was reportedly easily accessible to minors, and there was alcohol, like lots of it. But also,
MIP is a really bad charge.
Calling police multiple times throughout the night, and this is according to the officers. At least one host, Anderson, was clearly inebriated, so much so that she allegedly tried to stop paramedics who were helping a girl who was throwing up a ton. Hill Brodigan also spoke with officers that night and promised around 8:40 p.m. that things would quiet down, but then at 11 p.m. when officers returned to the party, it was still going. And then police also think that someone used a prank call to get the officers to go away and let the partygoers escape, or because just as they were ready to shut things down, officers were told that a call reported shots fired at a nearby skate park. And then on top of that, the caller had to make the story even crazier and added that there was also a satanic ritual taking place where people were being held at gunpoint. So even with it being Florida, none of that appears to be true, and when officers went back to Hill Brodigan's place, everyone was gone. But then things went from bad to worse, because 2 days later, investigators started talking to
some
students
teenager
at the party, and they found out that these were normal things that happened once or twice a month at the house. In fact, it was alleged that these are advertised on Snapchat, and Hill Brodigan even had some of them come early for preparation. And with all that, both have since been arrested and booked before posting bond, and they've since pleaded not guilty, but have otherwise remained silent. So right now, as far as what happens next, if they're found guilty of the child neglect charges, which are by far the worst that they're facing, it could be up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. By the way, this probably not great for their careers. So seeing, for example, the school district that they work for saying, we are extremely troubled by these accusations and are fully cooperating with the Cocoa Beach Police Department. And this, as the superintendent added, that if the allegations are true, they're a complete failure in leadership and a violation of our trust. But then, to shift gears to different news, who else is sick of these lazy-ass kids just sponging off of the government by eating school lunches when they could be out there picking berries on a farm or picking up shifts at McDonald's? Wait, what? Huh? You don't agree? You think that kids should be able to eat and learn? Well, you, my friend, are apparently not on the same page as my boy Rich McCormick, a Republican congressman from Georgia. Because while discussing the federal grants freeze on CNN yesterday, host Pamela Brown asked if he would support getting rid of school lunches and programs that provide food assistance to low-income families, and he said this.
When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy. And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King, McDonald's during the summer, should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work? I think we need to have a top-down review.
Think
about where kids need to actually be.
And so there we saw Brown push back a bit, following up to say,
that's not necessarily a fair assessment of all of the kids. So you would say all the kids in your district who use the free lunch, for example, or breakfast, they're all just sitting at home and not working. Okay.
This gives us a chance, though, to see where is the money really being spent. Who can actually go and actually produce their own income?
With the men saying that a ton of people got their start working in fast food, and high school kids are capable of getting jobs and learning life skills, and they should be
thinking about their future instead of thinking about how they're going to sponge off the government when they don't need to.
Or with the men suggesting that having them work is more productive to ending poverty than welfare programs. And so then, unsurprisingly, we saw a number of people outraged, disgusted, or at least just criticizing him, saying that this is wrong to suggest that children are freeloaders for needing to eat. Or with people arguing that children shouldn't need to work to be of value to the country. And there, we even saw New York Governor Kathy Hochul tweeting, anyone who wants to force a 14-year-old kid to work as a fry cook to pay for their lunch should try going without food for a day. Meanwhile, you had others seeing this and reacting by talking about how serious an issue food insecurity is for children in the States. Or with, for example, statistics from Feeding America showing that in 2023, 14 million kids faced hunger and 1 in 5 is unaware where their next meal will come from. Kids in single-parent families even more likely to face these issues. And this can have serious effects with, for example, Crystal Hodge, an assistant professor in food science and human nutrition, previously saying, research has shown that students at nutritional risk are more likely to skip breakfast and have poor attendance, to be late, and to show behavioral problems in school. There are also being negative health outcomes like increases in anemia, asthma, tooth decay, and stunted growth. And so with this, two things. One, of course, I'd love to hear your thoughts about this whole situation, but two, I gotta say to McCormick, as someone who has worked since he was 10 years old, both off the books and legally, your mindset regarding kids who are just trying to fucking eat, it's disgusting and short-sighted. You know, I pride myself on my work ethic and the things that I learned from starting jobs so early on. It also gave me some economic mobility I would not have otherwise had. But to take these things that we're proud of and to force them onto others, or to go, hey, this other kid can't have it easier, that is cruel, especially at a time we just got the nation's report card back. The kids are not all right. They are struggling in school at pretty much every level. And unless your goal is to have a more malnourished, dumber public, then help fucking feed the kids. The argument that he uses has this facade of man of the people, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But the reality, this kind of thinking, it supports when billionaires fail, they fall onto a trampoline. When poor people fail, they don't even get a fucking safety net. And that's in addition to just how it will eternally bug the shit out of me that so many people that will be a party of or say things like, think of the children, their actions say fuck them kids. But anyway, that is the story, and then separately, my opinion on it, and whether you agree or disagree, I would love to hear from you in those comments down below. But moving on from that, we need to talk about Donald Trump now offering buyouts to millions of civil servants as part of an apparent effort to reduce the size of the federal workforce and push out those who aren't loyal to him. Or with the general gist being get out and get yourself paid. And very notably with that, these were sent using the Trump administration's new mass email system, which is actually already the subject of a lawsuit filed by 2 federal employees, with them alleging that the OPM failed to do an assessment required by law to understand and mitigate potential privacy risks. But in any case, the subject line of this email read fork in the road. And if that sounds familiar to you, it's actually the same subject line in the email that Elon Musk sent to Twitter employees back in 2022, asking them to commit to extremely hardcore work or else leave the company with 3 months' pay. Which is why, unsurprisingly, Musk reportedly played an integral role in the rollout of this buyout. And in fact, he previewed the move at a rally in Philly last October.
We'll reduce a lot of government headcount, but we're going to give, I think, on 2 years or something like that. So look,
learn to speak.
Just go do something else is what we're going to say.
Learn the language.
Federal employees isn't quite as generous as he claimed. Or with him saying now that those who resign would receive about 8 months' pay rather than 2 years. Also, some other notable things. They will only have until February 6th to decide. Also, according to the email, employees who do not take a buyout cannot be given full assurance regarding the certainty of their position or agency. With the email saying that the majority of federal agencies would probably be downsizing and that a substantial number of employees would be furloughed or reclassified to at-will status, essentially making them easier to find. And then on top of all that, the email reiterated what's been ordered in one of Trump's day one executive actions, and that is a return to in-person work. With the email saying that most people who have been working remotely will be required to work from an office 5 days a week. It also went on to add that some physical office will be consolidated, meaning that some people may be relocated. And then finally, we have what's been described by many as one of the most troubling aspects of this email. The email they sent talks about, quote, enhanced standards of conduct, and says that, quote, the federal workforce should be comprised of employees who are reliable, loyal, trustworthy, and who strive for excellence in their daily work. With critics here saying that loyal is the key word. And with all that, you had the American Federation of Government Employees, which is the largest federal workers union, pushing back. With the organization's president saying in a statement, urging the federal government of dedicated career civil servants will have vast unintended consequences that will cause chaos for the Americans who depend on a functioning federal government. And continuing, this offer should not be viewed as voluntary. Between the flurry of anti-worker executive orders and policies, it is clear that the Trump administration's goal is to turn the federal government into a toxic environment where workers cannot stay even if they want to. And so to understand the thinking, we need to talk about exactly who received this email and what it's going to mean if people take the offer. Right, so first thing, the federal government, it reportedly employed around 3 million people last year. That number making up nearly 1.9% of the nation's entire civilian workforce. So notably, not every single one of those is being offered a buyout. Right? Postal workers, members of the military, immigration officials, certain unspecified national security roles, and any other role that agencies deem as being necessary reportedly won't be able to opt in. Still, according to Katie Miller, who serves on an advisory board to Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, that leaves more than 2 million federal employees who are being sent the email. So with that, according to the Associated Press, for example, if even a fraction of them take the offer, that could send shockwaves through the economy and spark major disruptions across the country, all of which could lead to wide-ranging, but as of right now, unknown consequences for the delivery, timeliness, and effectiveness of federal services. We're seeing the New York Times reporting that regular activities like traveling, renewing passports, or filing a tax return to be delayed or disrupted. Also, everything from national parks and museums to the administration of benefits like Social Security, Medicare, Veterans Aid, and food stamps could be affected. All while regulators and inspectors for food, water, drugs, and workplace safety might end up leaving the government as well. And then beyond all that, we could see an exodus of skilled researchers and scientists from doctors and meteorologists. And then, depending on how the Trump administration defines national security, officers at law enforcement agencies like the FBI and Drug Enforcement Administration may also resign. But with all that said, right, we do not know right now who and how many will leave. Though there, you did have one Trump administration official saying that they expect 5 to 10% of federal employees to quit, claiming that it could lead to $100 billion annually in savings for federal taxpayers. But also a big key thing is right now we don't know if this is even legal. According to OPM guidance, employees who accept deferred resignation should be placed on paid administrative leave. But it's not actually clear right now that Trump has the power to offer administrative leave to basically the entire federal civilian workforce. And then even if he does, under the law, no employee can be on administrative leave for more than 10 days in a year, let alone almost 8 months. And alternatively, there is actually something under the Homeland Security Act that allows agencies to offer federal workers $25,000 in exchange for their resignation. But for a lot of these workers, 8 months' pay is more than $25,000. And so with all that, we're seeing people like Democratic Senator Tim Kaine saying he doesn't have any authority to do this. Do not be fooled by this guy. And adding, if you accept that offer and resign, he'll stiff you just like he stiffed contractors. Right in there, you have people pointing to not only Trump's history of allegedly not paying his bills, but also, again, drawing the comparison to the buyout offer that Musk offered Twitter employees, which is something that led to the company being accused of refusing to pay at least $500 million in promised severance to thousands of employees. But as far as how all this is going to play out, we're going to have to wait to see. Right? How many people actually resign? Do they get paid like they're supposed to? Is this even legal? I mean, that is genuinely the question with so many of the things that we're saying. Not everything, but so many of them. And again, as I have said and repeat ad nauseum, as part of Trump, Stephen Miller, and that whole administration's plan, test what they can do as fast as possible. They know that there are going to be immediate legal challenges, but why not work it all the way to the Supreme Court and see what happens? Let's see if the conservative majority there, many of who are there because of Donald Trump, agree with Donald Trump. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment. But first, NordVPN isn't just a sponsor of the show. They are here to protect your online activity with next-level security features designed to prioritize your safety and privacy. And let me break it down for you. First up, threat protection. This feature shields you from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads, even if you're not actively connected to the VPN, and your data locked up tight behind next-generation encryption. Also, NordVPN sticks to a strict no-logs policy, meaning they never track, collect, or share your private data. And their kill switch ensures your data stays safe even if your connection drops. Personally, I love NordVPN for its ability to keep me anonymous online, right? They mask your IP address, keeping your browsing private. With thousands of servers worldwide, you can access anything you need, stream your favorite shows, and enjoy fast, secure P2P sharing. When the family, they love NordVPN's ultra-fast connections, and you can protect up to 6 devices on just one account without sacrificing speed or security. So why haven't you gotten NordVPN yet? Especially because right now you can get a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus an additional 4 months free at NordVPN. nordvpn.com/Phil. That's nordvpn.com/Phil, or scan the QR code. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. But then, getting back to the news, we need to talk about how, one, childhood vaccination rates are plummeting at an alarming rate, and two, experts are now saying that it is a matter of when, not if, there will be deadly outbreaks of preventable diseases that not only threaten the lives of hundreds of thousands of children, but adults as well, or even those of us who have been vaccinated against these illnesses. And I say that knowing that it is not new information that childhood immunization rates have continued to fall since the pandemic. Now we have this wild new analysis by the New York Times of recent CDC data for the 2023-2024 school year that provides some crucial context that's been lacking from the conversation and really shows just how dire the situation can get. And here, where I'll start specifically, is that the data shows that nationally, the rate of kindergartners with complete records for the measles shot dropped from around 95% before the pandemic to just under 93%, with notably rates for polio, whooping cough, and chickenpox vaccines similarly falling. And with that, you might think, hey, well, 93% is still pretty good, and when we're talking about national averages, you'd be right. But that still gives the population significant herd immunity, meaning their immunization rates are high enough to stop an outbreak. But this is a key thing here. Just looking at the national average in a vacuum, that can be deceiving because, as the Times explains, those national figures mask far more precipitous drops in some states, counties, and school districts. With them adding there, in those areas, falling vaccination rates are creating new pockets of students no longer protected by herd immunity. Right, high national rates, that's all well and good, but it does not help places that no longer meet the herd immunity threshold. And in fact, we've already seen evidence of this in recent outbreaks of preventable childhood diseases, with, for example, cases of both whooping cough and measles increasing over the last year. And when it comes to measles, you have epidemiologists saying that outbreaks become significantly harder to contain when immunizations fall under 90%. And at some point, below that threshold, the spread of measles becomes essentially inevitable if the disease is introduced in the community. And part of the reason I'm flagging measles specifically is because the Times found that there are thousands more schools where the vaccination rates have now fallen below 90% compared to just 5 years ago, which means that it is now estimated that there are 280,000 kindergartners without documented protection against measles, which is an increase of roughly 100,000 kids since the pandemic. Now, with all that, as far as why we're seeing these trends, one of the main factors appears to be an increase in vaccine exemptions. Where you see, normally, families need to show that their kids have received the normal schedule of childhood immunizations before they can attend school. But families who opt out of those shots can receive exemptions from schools for medical, religious, or other reasons, depending on state and local laws. And according to CDC data, during the 2023-2024 school year, the number of kindergartners who had exemptions for one or more vaccines rose 3.3%. I mean, that is literally the highest that's ever been reported. Very notably here, the analysis from the Times found that, quote, the shifts in exemptions mostly fall along political lines, with the Times finding that the number of students with exemptions increased on average in states that went Trump back in November, growing everywhere except West Virginia. And that is exemptions rose in only a few of the states that went for Harris, largely staying flat or even falling in most others. That makes sense because polls have largely shown a new growing partisan divide on vaccines since the pandemic, with us seeing, for example, a Gallup survey back in 2019 saying that 67% of Democrats and Democrat leaners said that the childhood immunizations were extremely important, compared to 52% of Republicans and Republican leaners. 5 years later, while the enthusiasm only fell 5% for the Democrats, it absolutely plummeted for Republicans, dropping to just 26%. And so now, according to polling, 1 in every 3 Republicans actively believes that vaccines are more dangerous than the diseases they were designed to protect. Beyond that, we've also seen an increased effort among Republican politicians to roll back vaccine mandates in recent years, and those policy changes have had a direct, traceable impact on childhood immunization rates. Right? So, for example, we can look to Mississippi, and you might not know this, but they've actually long had the highest kindergarten measles vaccination rate in the country for the last 4 decades. And actually, the reason for that is during that time, the state had one of the strictest requirements on the books, only allowing kids to opt out for medical reasons and with the doctor's approval. Then, in July of 2023, a federal judge ordered the state to allow religious exemptions. And in the first school year that this policy was in effect, the state saw its vaccination rates take a notable dip. Additionally, we saw Idaho passing a law that allowed 18-year-old students to exempt themselves, and now the state has the single highest exemption rate, which is something that's also been described as concerning because Idaho also had the lowest kindergarten vaccination rates in the nation for almost every single major childhood shot, thanks to lax policies that were already in place. And then with all that, we have the Times' analysis really illustrating how concerning this is, right? Idaho already had one of the lowest measles immunization rates in the country. Then, during the 2023-2024 school year, it plummeted even more, marking the largest decrease in the entire country by far, and making Idaho the only state to fall below 80%. But again, it's not just 1 or 2 states. Other states that have lax policies have also seen sharp declines, like with, for example, Florida and Georgia, which have some of the lowest reported minimum immunization rates for kindergartners, thanks to their policies of allowing parents to get exemptions by simply submitting forms with their kids' school. But this also, as other states out there have strengthened their vaccine requirements, and we've seen the exact opposite happening, right? With rates rising in Maine and Connecticut, which both got rid of non-medical exemptions during the pandemic. And so with all that said, we're seeing experts experts saying that the new Trump administration is going to help continue the worrisome national trend of falling childhood vaccination. You know, like we talked about with his confirmation earlier, RFK Jr., Trump's pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, has been described by many as a vocal anti-vaxxer. So you have many saying that if he's confirmed, America would be installing someone who backs unscientific and disproven claims about immunizations to lead our key health agencies, including the ones that govern and regulate national vaccine policy. Now, also, very notably here, experts have said that they do not think that RFK Jr. would have the power to take some of the most extreme actions like banning certain shots or taking them off the market entirely, with RFK Jr. also claiming that he has no intention of doing that. He also notably can't abolish vaccine mandates like the ones that require kids to get certain immunizations before attending school, right? Because those are actually set by state and local governments. But this also has people saying there are a number of ways he could still do serious damage. Or with things like, for example, influencing the guidance on vaccine schedules issued by the CDC, which is part of HHS. Because while states set their own mandates, they rely on that guidance, as do insurance companies determining which vaccines to cover. In his role, Kennedy would have the power to stack the external committee that advises the CDC on vaccines with what's been described as his anti-vax allies that could then change the childhood immunization schedule, including by removing some recommended shots entirely. Now, with this, Kennedy did say in his first confirmation hearing that he supports the current childhood vaccine schedule, but still, some public health experts have expressed concerns that health authorities, especially in red states, will follow a CDC that is skeptical of vaccines, which of course is a move that could lower the childhood immunization rates in Republican-led states even more. Additionally, because Kennedy would oversee the FDA, he could also request a review of every vaccine that's been approved by the agency and subject them to new requirements. And very notably, because many shots are paid for by the federal government, he could direct Congress to control those funds, cutting off some of the most at-risk children from access to essential shots. And if you're thinking, well, there's no possibility that Congress would actually do that, I mean, Trump himself has literally threatened to defund schools that require vaccines for students. And also, beyond that, you have some concern about the symbolic impact of installing someone like RFK Jr. as the highest-ranking health official in the country. For example, The Guardian reporting beyond policy action, experts warn of the power of rhetoric, saying the mere presence of a federal official who is skeptical or outright hostile towards vaccines gives the opposition more credibility. It's an argument that by tapping RFK Jr. for this position, not only is Trump giving him the biggest possible platform, he's also allowing him to set the tone for the administration and the Republican Party as a whole. You know, with that, we've seen one former CDC director saying, you know, when we're talking about the top health official in the country, the stakes here are incredibly high, saying a lot of damage is possible. The Secretary of Health has a life or death responsibility, and if unscientific statements and decisions are made, if agencies are damaged, if public confidence is undermined, then you can get spread of disease. And of course, also the risk of that spread is massively increased when you have a growing population that also isn't immunized against a host of illnesses, which is why we're seeing experts say that if vaccinations continue to fall, preventable infections considered as childhood diseases will resurface in all age groups, not just for children. With many disturbing a world where not only anyone would be put at risk if they're unvaccinated against these diseases either by choice or because they can't get certain shots for health reasons. They're saying an outbreak, it wouldn't just impact the unvaccinated. You have experts saying that adults who may not have responded to immunization because of medical conditions, their age, or weak immune systems, they're also in jeopardy. And this is some adults who are vaccinated as kids may also be vulnerable now because the immunity that some vaccines provide can reportedly wear off over the decades. For example, studies finding that in rare cases immunity gain from the measles shot may decrease over time. The same is true for the mumps shot and the newer version of the whooping cough vaccine developed in the 90s. Well, of course, all of these diseases are concerning. Experts are especially worried about the measles because it's just so damn contagious. Right? Each infected person, they can spread it to as many as 18 others and it lingers in the air for up to 2 hours. It's also very deadly. Right? Before the first measles shot came out in the 1960s, the virus killed an estimated 2.6 million people worldwide each year. With one study even estimating that before widespread immunization, measles might have made up half of all infectious disease deaths in children. You know, we already
a bunch of your
historical
stories are anti-vaxxer stuff.
For measles drops. You see, back in the late 1980s, thanks to Reagan-era budget cuts, immunization rates fell sharply, mostly among low-income Black and Hispanic kids. And as a result, the disease reportedly infected more than 55,000 Americans and killed 166 in the period between 1989 through 1991. So taking everything we talked about into account, it makes for a very uncertain and potentially scary future. But for now, that is where we are. We're going to have to wait to see what happens next. And of course, in the meantime, I would love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But then, finally today, I want to give a congratulations and then talk about yesterday. Starting with a congrats to Mark S. SeatGeek's latest weekly winner who scored $500 in tickets, and he's taking his wife to see Post Malone, which that sounds like a great date night. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. Right, imagine being the next winner and snagging $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's over 70,000 events to choose from. And remember, all you gotta do is just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. But with that said, let's talk about yesterday in some commentary. Right in there, let's first dive into the conversations y'all were having around the That was a situation with a woman that was like 489 pounds. It's suing Lyft over weight discrimination. But some of y'all just initially kind of shocked at the situation. For 2 days saying, how do you get to be 500 pounds as a 4'11 woman? That's insane. I'm a 6'3 rugby player with a meat pie addiction, and I barely hit 300 pounds after a lifetime of eating far too well. Does it suck to be told you can't do/have something because of your weight/size? Yes, it's happened to me. Does that mean you should sue people for not wanting to accommodate your life choices? No. 2 days going on to say that vehicle is the driver's livelihood. He didn't want to put undue strain, and yes, it's undue strain to have effectively 3 adult women sat in the same seat, on the seats, shocks, whatever. He was polite in his refusal and offered alternatives. Single him out as a villain here is wild, and suing Lyft is just a cash grab. With many there agreeing in the replies, you also had All Game saying, I was an Uber driver for a few years in college, and I drove a small sedan like that guy. I will never forget this ride where I picked up 3 really large people, I'm talking 300+ pounds each. My car was barely able to keep up with their weight. Pedal all the way floored, my car was not able to go over 40 miles per hour with all of them in, and the suspension was constantly creaking. Not to mention, brakes are screaming at every red light. And in that end, they kept commenting on how slow my car was. They weren't entirely wrong, but they weren't helping the situation. Saying it was so hard not to tell them, yeah, my car is slow because I'm hauling an extra 900 pounds. And all I can really say here is, I'm very sensitive to bigger people problems. I've lived extended parts of my life as a much bigger person. I bounce around 175 now, but during the pandemic, I think I was about 285. It was definitely under 300. So even there, that's not a direct one-to-one comparison. There's still about 200 pounds of difference. And I will say, even at 280, granted I'm 6 foot, or as my wife likes to say when we argue, 5'11 3/4, the world generally feels hostile and not for you. But that does feel less applicable to the extremes that were involved in this story. And I understand he was making a legal argument, not a kind of like a general argument, but I was very turned off by the argument from the lawyer who equated someone saying, I'm not going to drive you somewhere because you're black to, hey, I don't know the limits of my car in regards to your weight. That said, though, I know he's just being a lawyer, right? He's making a legal argument in regards to state law there. So really, all I would ask here is, please do not look at this story and the situation as a reason to just fucking fling toxic shit at people that are overweight. I can only ever really speak for myself, but it sucks. It's not like I wanted to be like that. And people attacking me for being overweight never fucking hurt. It's far more likely to fuel self-harm than productive change. But then finally today, of course, let's talk about Donald Trump and the spending freeze and all the controversy. The same comments here, like, attorney here, public housing authorities were in emergency mode due to the EEO, as this could have forced them to stop making housing payments. This would include veterans, seniors, people with disabilities, etc. This would have led to mass evictions across the country. Also here we saw some of this connected to the tariff threats regarding Taiwan chips. Maxer is saying, one of my big fears of the tariffs raising prices for gadgets, cars, and even the Switch 2 is that companies will not lower them back down if the tariffs are lifted. They might see it as a sign of people are paying and we can make even more money. And that was something we saw a number of people hitting on. Meanwhile, some were kind of just aghast at the woke usage. Pony, for example, saying the fact that the word woke is used seriously in these executive orders truly rings that we're living in a nightmare. And asking, can conservatives even agree on what that buzzword defines when they keep moving the goalposts? So Charles responding, woke is when it makes me uncomfortable to think about. We also saw Mox Hex claiming, as a federal worker who works closely with active duty personnel,
Woke is when it makes me uncomfortable.
So there, we also saw responses claiming, as someone who actively worked with active duty personnel daily, I can't assure you that this administration is providing more confidence than there was in the last 4 years. Again, claiming, I've seen more smiles on base in the last 2 weeks than I have in years. More people are excited for their deployment because they feel like they'll actually be doing something productive. Saying it's just the bad actors that are upset, those who heavily invested in the last administration. But the final comment I'll touch on here is Jason Morley, who wrote, wow, it's almost as though the modern bureaucratic economic system has disastrous consequences when held to the whims of a single point of failure. Who could have guessed? Yeah, it's almost like there are 3 branches of government and checks and balances for a reason. But really, as shocking as this is and as disorienting as so many things are, this is the plan. This has been expected. Test as much as possible, as fast as possible, get any opposition out of the way and confused. And based on how the American public voted this past November, they gave Trump very little opposition. So yeah, buckle up, because the Trump administration is not going to pump the brakes. It's really just going to be a question of, will they hit speed bumps? Will they hit walls? Will they go off a cliff? Or is it smooth sailing, at least for Trump and his supporters? But that, my friends, is the end of your Wednesday evening, Thursday morning dive into the news. Of course, remember, I'm giving you a brand new show every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Demonstrated strong commitment to fulfilling the responsibilities of this role. The Department of Health and Human Services oversees our nation's largest healthcare programs, providing coverage for nearly 2 in every 5 Americans. Improving Medicare, Medicaid, and CHIP, among other initiatives, presents challenges, especially in the face of a rapidly aging population, stubbornly high costs, and persistent barriers to access. However, this also provides us an opportunity to deliver bold, transformative solutions. As a committee, we share a commitment to advancing common sense, bipartisan policies that improve the delivery of healthcare in this country. This committee has worked to realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, to enhance access in rural communities, to expand the availability of telehealth and improve the broken clinician payment structure. Across these and other issues, I look forward to working with the administration to continue pursuing meaningful reforms that serve the American people more effectively and more efficiently. Too often, patients encounter a healthcare system that is disjointed and is a dysfunctional maze. Complex and bureaucratic chutes and ladders have become the norm. Meanwhile, even as healthcare spending climbs, outcomes across a range of conditions continue to decline. Mr. Kennedy, if confirmed, you will have the opportunity to chart a new and better course for the federal approach to tackling both the drivers and the consequences of our ailing healthcare system. Your commitment to combating chronic conditions that drive healthcare costs will be critical to our success. Prioritizing disease prevention and addressing the factors that fuel conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, metabolic disease, Alzheimer's disease, COPD, and cancer will save lives, reduce costs, and build a healthier, stronger country. Private sector breakthroughs from groundbreaking cancer medications to curative gene therapies also offer hope. But misguided government initiatives and market volatility risk eroding American leadership in life-saving R&D. Your advocacy for healthcare transparency has the potential to empower consumers across the country, promoting competition to enhance quality while cutting excessive spending for patients and for taxpayers. Today's hearing will provide a forum to hear more about your vision, particularly for the federal programs under this committee's jurisdiction. Mr. Kennedy, you represent a voice for an inspiring coalition of Americans who are deeply committed to improving the health and well-being of our nation. Regardless of political party, everyone in this room shares a common recognition that our current system has fallen short, as well as a common desire to make our country healthier. I look forward to today's conversation as well as your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. And now I recognize Senator Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question before the Finance Committee this morning is whether Robert F. Kennedy should be trusted with the health and well-being of the American people. Committee staff have examined thousands of pages of statements, books, and podcast transcripts in a review of his record. The receipts show that Mr. Kennedy has embraced conspiracy theories, quacks, charlatans, especially when it comes to the safety and efficacy of vaccines. He has made it his life's work to sow doubt and discourage parents from getting their kids life-saving vaccines. It has been lucrative for him and put him on the verge of immense power. This is the profile of someone who chases money and influence wherever they lead, even if that may mean the tragic deaths of children and other vulnerable people. Now, Mr. Kennedy is fond of saying he's not making recommendations about whether parents should vaccinate their children. He's just asking questions and giving people choices. It's a slippery tactic to dodge any real responsibility for his words and actions. And it is, in my view, absurd coming from somebody who's trying to win confirmation for a job that is entirely about making recommendations. These recommendations are going to have life or death consequences for the American people. Mr. Kennedy, if you are confirmed, your recommendations determine which vaccines senior citizens get for free through Medicare. Your recommendation will determine which vaccines are given to millions of kids. Peddling these anti-vaccine conspiracy theories as our chief health officer is going to endanger the lives of kids and seniors across the nation. Just look at what happened when Mr. Kennedy inserted himself into an anti-vaccination crisis in the island nation of Samoa. He traveled there himself to push his views and pour fuel on the fire of a measles outbreak that began due to low vaccination rates. In the end, 83 Samoans died, mostly kids, from a disease that is easily preventable. Americans cannot afford to import this experiment to our great nation. On other healthcare matters, from abortion to universal healthcare, Mr. Kennedy has changed his views so often it is nearly impossible to know where he stands. So many of the basic issues that impact Americans' daily lives. In a gobsmacking statement of irresponsibility, in November 2023, Mr. Kennedy said that he wanted to pause infectious disease research for 8 years. Mr. Kennedy has indicated he's open to restricting access to the abortion medication mifepristone, which remains a primary target of the Republican crusade against reproductive freedom. I took this on back in 1990 when I chaired the first congressional hearing on the topic. The science was clear then, it's even clearer today. Mifepristone is safe. The only reason it's under question in 2025 is because people with a political agenda have been out lying about it. Women deserve to know if Mr. Kennedy will abuse his power as our country's chief health officer to essentially implement a national abortion ban by restricting access to the safe and legal medication. Meanwhile, as the Trump budget office threw the Medicaid program into chaos yesterday, Republicans in Congress are proposing deep cuts to the program that will rip away health care from millions of Americans who count on this vital lifeline. Cuts to Medicaid of this magnitude are going to jack up the cost of health insurance. It'll shutter nursing homes and rural hospitals, deprive seniors and Americans with disabilities of home-based care. That approach amounts to handing over our nation's health system to for-profit insurance companies who've made a fortune delaying and denying care. Mr. Kennedy has virtually no knowledge or experience in handling these issues. It leaves him unprepared to take on a crisis like the nation witnessed yesterday when the Trump budget office shut down the federal Medicaid payment portal. After a careful review of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s statements, actions, and views, materials that I have reviewed personally and closely, I've reached the conclusion that he should not be entrusted with the health and well-being of the American people. When he's taken every side of every issue, how can this committee and the American people believe he has anything to say? Let me close by saying I believe more strongly than ever, and I have specialized in healthcare during my time in public service, that we're a turning point with regard to healthcare in America. If there's one word to describe Americans' feelings towards the healthcare system, it's disillusion. At every single turn, people feel like they're rolling a load of dice, loaded dice, when they try to get health care. Americans are justifiably angry, fed up, and tired of a system that puts profits over patients. Instead of debating meaningful ways to improve Americans' health care, now the committee is being forced to relitigate settled science about vaccines and whether or not the federal government should help Americans get affordable health care. I know where Democrats on this Finance Committee stand when it comes to an agenda to lower costs and improve care. I must say, I cannot say the same about the nominee sitting in front of me. And let me acknowledge, finally, Mr. Chairman, Terry Mills from Portland, Oregon, who is here to represent Nurses for America, and I'd like to enter a statement from her organization into the record at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection. Thank you, Ranking Member Wyden. Mr. Kennedy, in a few moments you will be given the opportunity to make your opening statement and respond to these attacks and other questions that the members of this committee have. I would say that with regard to the attack on Medicaid that we just heard, that was a false attack. It's been proven false overnight. The Medicaid portal is operating efficiently today and was never intended to be shut down.
Would gentleman yield, since he's mentioned my name? There was a significant amount of time yesterday where there was bedlam across the country over the status of the Medicaid portals. I hope it's being corrected, but there were problems all through the day.
There certainly were attacks yesterday. The problem has been clarified and Medicaid portal is fully operational as we speak. Mr. Kennedy, before I turn the time over to you to share your opening statement, I would like to give you a brief introduction. The son of Senator Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an advocate for consumers since 1985. After graduating from Harvard University, Mr. Kennedy studied at the London School of Economics and received his law degree from the University of Virginia Law School and a master's degree in environmental law from Pace University. He has founded 2 advocacy groups and has spent the last 40 years working to restore and protect children's health. He was a former independent candidate in the 2024 presidential election, and President Trump nominated him this year to be in November of 2024 to be the HHS Secretary. In announcing his nomination, President Trump stated, "Mr. Kennedy will restore these agencies to the traditions of gold standard scientific research and beacons of transparency and end the chronic disease epidemic and make America great and healthy again." Before you give your opening statement, Mr. Kennedy,
his name is literally Mr. Crapo.
All nominees before this committee. First, is
Mr.
there anything
Crapo.
that you are aware
His
of
name
in
is
your
literally
background
Mr.
that
Crapo.
might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
All right. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, I do.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes. My wife, Cheryl Hines, is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy, my son, Bobby Kennedy, his wife, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, and my nephew, Jackson Hines, is here too.
We welcome you all. Thank you. You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of this distinguished committee. I'm humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee to oversee the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kik and Bobby and all my other children who are here today, and all the many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters and fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental injuries are intertwined. The same chemicals that kill fish make people sick also. Today, Americans' overall health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially. The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on healthcare, at least double and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. But I don't want to make this too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care. President Trump has promised to restore America's global strength and to restore the American dream. But he understands that we can't be a strong nation when our people are so sick. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person has only one. Today, over half of our countrymen and women are chronically ill. When I met with President Trump last summer, I discovered that he is more than just concerned for this tragic situation, but genuine care. President Trump is committed to restoring the American dream, and 77 million Americans delivered a mandate to him to do just that. Due in part to the embrace and elevation of the Make America Healthy Again movement. This movement, led largely by Maha moms from every state, you can see many of them behind us today, and in the hallways and in the lobbies, is one of the most transcendent and powerful movements I've ever seen. I promised President Trump that if confirmed, I will do everything in my power to put the health of Americans back on track. And I've been greatly heartened to discover a deep level of care among members of this committee too, both Democrats and Republicans. I came away from our conversations confident that we can put aside our divisions for the sake of a healthier America. For a long time, the nation has been locked in a divisive healthcare debate about who pays. When healthcare costs reach 20%, there are no good options, only bad ones. Shifting the burden around between government and corporations and insurers and providers and families is like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Our country will sink beneath the sea of desperation and debt if we don't change the course and ask why are healthcare costs so high in the first place. The obvious answer is chronic disease. The CDC says 90% of healthcare spending goes toward managing chronic disease, which hits lower income Americans the hardest. The president's pledge is not to make some Americans happy again, healthy again, but to make all of our people healthy again. There is no single culprit in chronic disease. Much as I have criticized certain industries and agencies, President Trump and I understand that most of their scientists and experts genuinely care about American health. Therefore, we will bring together all stakeholders in pursuit.
Why do you act
of
like
this
you speak
unifying
for
goal.
Trump?
Before I conclude, I want to make sure the committee is clear about a few things. News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or anti-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
I am pro-safety. I worked for years to raise awareness about the mercury and toxic chemicals in fish, and nobody called me anti-fish. And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first book in 2014, the first line of it is, I am not anti-vaccine, and the last line is, I am not anti-vaccine. Nor am I the enemy of food producers. American farms are the bedrock of our culture, of our politics, of our national security. I was a 4-H kid, and I spent my summer working on ranches. I went to work with our farmers. I want to work with our farmers and food producers, remove burdensome regulations, and unleash American ingenuity. MAHA simply cannot succeed without a partnership, a full partnership of American farmers. In my advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions. Well, I'm not going to apologize for that. We have massive health problems in this country that we must face honestly. And the first thing I've done every morning for the past 20 years is to get on my knees and pray to God that He would put me in a position to end the chronic disease epidemic and to help America's children. That's why I'm so grateful to President Trump for the opportunity to sit before you today and seek your support and partnership in this endeavor. I will conclude with a promise. The members of this committee, to the President, and to all the tens of millions of parents across America, especially the moms, who have propelled this issue to center stage. Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the President, to Congress, and to the American people. We will reverse the chronic disease epidemic and put the nation back on the road to good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, I will begin. Each of us will have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and then at the conclusion of the hearing, if there are further questions, there will be an opportunity for those questions to be submitted to you, and I ask that you respond to them promptly. Mr. Kennedy, you have emphasized the importance of nutrition in preventing and managing chronic disease, improving health outcomes, and reducing health costs. I share your interest in the relationship between our diet and our well-being. And if confirmed, I look forward to partnering with you on those efforts. Would you share with the committee why you are passionate about the nutrition-oriented disease prevention and what you have learned?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I had 11 brothers and sisters. I had dozens of first cousins. I was raised in a time where we did not have a chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 2% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, 66% have chronic disease. We spend zero on chronic disease during the Kennedy administration. Today, we spend $4.3 trillion a year. With 77% of our kids cannot qualify for military service. When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his or her lifetime, 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through her office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the most recent data from NIH shows 38% of teens are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,500, depending on what studies you look at. In my generation today, 70-year-old men, 1 in 34 in my kids' generation. We've seen this explosion of autoimmune disease, of allergic diseases. This is not just a economic issue. It's not just a national security issue. It is a spiritual issue, and it is a moral issue. We cannot live up to our role as an exemplary nation, as a moral authority around the world, and we're writing off an entire generation of kids.
Thank you very much. And if confirmed, how could we work together to integrate nutrition-based interventions into our healthcare programs like Medicaid and Medicare?
Well, there are many ways that we can do that. A federal funding of the SNAP program, for example, and of school lunch programs could be a driver for helping kids. We shouldn't be giving 60% of the kids in school processed food that is making them sick. We shouldn't be spending 10% of the SNAP program on sugared drinks. So we have a direct ability to change things there. We also, in Medicaid and Medicare, we need to focus more on outcome-based medicine, on putting people in charge of their own health care, of making them accountable for their own health care so they understand the relationship between eating and getting sick. Most importantly, we need to deploy NIH and FDA to doing the research to understand the relationship between these different food additives and chronic disease so that Americans understand it and make sure that Americans are aware of it. I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Diet Coke, which my boss loves, you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Carolyn Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Carolyn Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today, in order to prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this, he asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective, and I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right, so
he interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, Senator Wyden, so bringing this up right now is dishonest.
let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name is on the petition.
We brought that petition after the CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis for 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit I don't want to. I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy,
I don't.
the facts.
The committee will be in order. And to the audience.
Senator, I'm not against
If you'll
vaccine.
hold off for a second, Mr. Kennedy. To the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order. And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee. Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your recitation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and
Well,
you know it's wrong, and you know it's wrong.
We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent any future access to the vaccine. Those facts are on the record. My third question to you is, you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote that parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality is measles are in fact deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lies contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa. In Samoa, in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine. And the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine. I arrived a year later when vaccination rates were already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines. I went there to introduce a medical informatics system that would digitalize records in Samoa and make health delivery much more efficient. I never talked to any public safety about vaccines. You cannot find a single Samoan who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of Bobby Kennedy.
Stop this. Stop this now. Stop
In
it.
2019, the measles outbreak started in August. So clearly I had nothing
Please
to
stop
do with
that.
measles. Not only that,
Mr. Kennedy,
Senator, not only that, if you let me finish,
you
Senator,
have had some time.
if you
and I'm
let me
gonna
finish,
respond.
Senator, if you let me finish, there are 83 people died when the tissue samples were sent to New Zealand. Most of those people did not have measles. We don't know what was killing them. The same outbreak occurred in Tonga and Fiji, and no extra people died. There were 7 measles outbreaks in the 13 years prior to my
Chairman, I
arrival.
would like to get my time back. The nominee wrote a book saying that people had been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. He's trying now to play down his role in Samoa. That's not what the parents say. That's not what Governor Green says. It's time to make sure that we blow the whistle on actually what your views are.
Stop this. Let's go back to fucking
At least we're starting.
We need to move
Senator,
on.
I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking either of those
Anybody
vaccines.
who believes that ought to look at the measles book you wrote saying parents have been misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease. That's not true.
We need to move on. Senator Grassley.
Welcome. I'm going to do like I did in my office. I'm just going to make some points to you. About 7 I want to quickly get done. And then at the end, I'm going to ask if you disagree with anything I say, and then address those things you disagree with. key responsibility of each member of Congress is oversight. Oversight allows us to hold bureaucrats accountable to the rule of law, and it helps keep faith with taxpayers. I expect HHS to provide timely and complete responses to congressional oversight.
Oh.
Number 2,
Oops.
PBMs, something you and I discussed in our office. I've been working to hold pharmacy benefit managers accountable in order to lower prescription drug prices. I expect you to work with us to hold PBMs accountable, and that may even ask in your support for legislation that's before the Congress. Drug pricing. Senator Durbin and I have for a while been trying to get a bill passed that requires price disclosures on TV ads for prescription drugs. Knowing what something costs before buying it is just common sense. President Trump tried to do this by regulation in his first term. Vice President Vance co-sponsored our bill last Congress. I ask you to support this bill, or if you can do it by regulation, to do it by regulation. On rural health care, the previous administration dragged its feet in opening up slots for rural community hospital demonstration programs. It also ignored concerns from rural pharmacies when implementing changes to Medicare Part D, and ignored rural needs when it comes to distributing physician residency slots. I expect you to prioritize rural Americans' healthcare needs. On agriculture, in our meeting earlier this month, we talked at length about agriculture. You prefaced the conversation by saying you will not have jurisdiction over these issues. I expect you to leave agricultural practice regulations to the proper agencies, and for the most part, that's USDA and EPA. On dietary guidelines, I've sent letters to the Secretaries of Agriculture, HHS, requesting that they provide information regarding conflicts of interest on the Dietary Guideline Advisory Committee to increase transparency. I expect you to provide Congress with confidential financial disclosures from the advisory committee before finalizing dietary guidelines, so we know that nobody has a vested interest in it, is having undue influence. Lastly, HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement Oversight. Last year, I expanded my investigation into HHS's Office of Refugee Resettlement. I wrote 24 contractors and grantees whose job it is to place unaccompanied children with sponsors. In many cases, children have been placed with improper vetted sponsors, placing them at risk of trafficking. The Biden administration's HHS directed these taxpayer-funded contractors and grantees to not respond to my inquiry. This is obstruction by the executive branch. I expect you to produce to me the records and data I've requested, and instruct HHS contractors to fully cooperate with my investigation. I also expect HHS to not retaliate against any whistleblowers, including those who identify ORR's failures in vetting sponsors on the company. You got 45 seconds to respond.
I agree with all of those provisions, Senator. My approach to administration HHS will be radical transparency. If members of this committee or other members of Congress want information, the doors are open. I've spent many years litigating against NIH and its sub-agencies, HHS and its sub-agencies, NIH, CDC, FDA, on FOIA issues, trying to get information that we, the taxpayers, paid for, and oftentimes getting back redacted copies after a year or 2 years of litigation. That should not be the case, and if Congress asks me for information, you will get it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell is next, but until she returns, I will move on to down the list, and that would be Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices of Health and Human Services. I think this may surprise people, but that's actually the responsibility of HHS, the Office of Resettlement Relocation. Under the previous administration, as Senator Grassley alluded, there were roughly 500,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that were placed with sponsors in the interior of the United States. The previous administration took the position that it was not the federal government's responsibility once these children were placed with these sponsors. But the New York Times and a series of investigative stories pointed out that tens of thousands of these children, when they tried to follow up and find out how they were doing, whether they were going to school, whether they were being trafficked or abused, there was no answer, and they took the position it was not their responsibility. So I look forward to working with you to find those children and to make sure that they're not being abused. Millions of Americans are experiencing mild to moderate mental health and substance abuse issues, yet many struggle with timely and effective access. Primary care physicians are most likely to be seeing these individuals as opposed to a specialist, and it makes it important that these individuals, primary care physicians, be trained in patient-centered care, which would strengthen the integration of behavioral health care with primary care services. Is this something that you are concerned about, something you'd be willing to work with us on in order to improve?
Yes, Senator, let me just reassure you that President Trump has personally spoken to me about locating those 300,000 children who disappeared over the last 4 years.
I don't think anybody has a fully accurate number, but it's hundreds of thousands, I agree.
And many of them we know have been sex trafficked and childhood slavery, and it is a blight on America's moral authority, and we need to find those kids. In terms of addiction services and substance abuse services, this is a priority for me. It was a priority for me when I was running for president during my campaign. I was a heroin addict for 14 years. I've been 42 years in recovery. I go to 12-step meetings every day, so I hear the stories every day. And I hear many stories about denial of, or the barriers to access to care. And we need to improve that. And to answer specifically to your question, I think we can do that through GME, which is a program that is funded by HHS, that is the largest funder for medical school students. And that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment where they hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment. But it's fleeting and it's momentary. And we have that opportunity to save their lives. And then if we miss that little short window, they're off to the races again.
I appreciate your answer. Our time is short. Let me get to one more question that I think is very important. Under the first Trump administration, the number of people receiving HIV treatment in Africa through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, otherwise known as PEPFAR, it increased, this is during the first Trump administration, from 13 million people to 18 million people across 50 countries, primarily in Africa. Africa has about 1.3 billion people today, or in 2021, is projected to have 2.5 billion people by 2050, or 25% of the global population. In 2020, PEPFAR reported that 2.8 million babies were born without HIV. That was something that would not have happened but for the PEPFAR program. So it has simply been one of the most successful public health programs in the world and saved approximately 26 million lives. failure to continue this program, in my view, would risk ceding that leadership to adversaries like China.
I'm
And
level
I'd like to
14
know whether
already.
you support the objectives and goals of
I think that was higher than when I
and would you
started.
work with me and my colleagues to make sure that this program continues to provide life-saving antiviral drugs to people who are most in need?
I absolutely support PEPFAR, and I will happily work with you to strengthen the program.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here this morning. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, we are truly through the looking glass this morning here in the U.S. Senate. This committee has been asked to fulfill a really important responsibility, which is to decide whether to confirm Mr. Kennedy to one of the most important healthcare jobs in America. And the reason I think it's so important is for many of the reasons you said in your opening statement, which is that we live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the worst health outcomes of any industrialized country. We live in the richest country in the world, and we have some of the lowest expected life expectancy rates of anybody in the industrialized world. I was a school superintendent before I was in this job, Mr. Chairman, and I can tell you that Mr. Kennedy's right, that when I look at the kids in the Denver public schools, if we don't change the way we eat in this country, 40% of them are going to suffer adult onset adult diabetes as a result of their diet. These are, and we're, as I said, spending more than any other country in the world, and our families, every single person's constituent in this Senate are facing chronic shortages when it comes to health care. My friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn, has been a champion on mental health care. We have an epidemic, as he knows, across this country in mental health care, partly because of what the massive social media platforms that we're seeing behind the President of the United States have inflicted on our children for their profit in the last decade or so. So we have no shortage of challenges to confront, and I even agree with some of the diagnosis of Mr. Kennedy. What is so disturbing to me is that out of 330 million Americans, we're being asked to put somebody in this job who has spent 50 years of his life not honoring the tradition that he talked about at the beginning of this conversation, but peddling in half-truths, peddling in false statements, peddling in theories that, create doubt about whether or not things that we know are safe are unsafe. Not that every vaccine in America is unsafe, not that you can't possibly have an adverse reaction, but that parents and children in my own school district and school districts all over the country would be better off not getting vaccinated than getting vaccinated. Unlike his own children who were vaccinated, unlike the people he invited to his house in Los Angeles for their party who were vaccinated. For everybody else, it's about peddling these half-truths, and he says it with such conviction that you want to believe him. And Mr. Kennedy, I just have some, there are many, many things in the record, but I hope that you could answer these questions yes or no. I've tried to ask these in a manner that's faithful to what you actually said, because I didn't want to have a debate about whether you actually said them. So I'm asking you yes or no, Mr. Kennedy. Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed
I'll
that
take that as
certain
yes.
races
I have to move on. I have to move on. Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I want all of our colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticide causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said. Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy, and my final question. Did you say on a podcast, and I quote, "I wouldn't leave it, abortion, to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term." Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy? This matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of what you really believe, that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver Public Schools, and for families all over this country.
Denver Public Schools!
From living in the richest country in the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy. And I hope my colleagues will say to the president, I have no influence over him. I hope my colleagues will say to the president, out of 330 million Americans, we can do better than that.
Thank you. We need to move on. Senator Cassidy.
Mr. Kennedy, President Trump has sworn to protect Medicare. Republicans are exploring reforms to Medicaid that could help pay for Trump administration priorities. With this context, what will you do about dual eligibles?
About
dual eligibles?
Well, dual eligibles are not right now served very well under the system. Those are people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare. I suppose my answer to that is to make sure that the programs are consolidated, that they're integrated, and the care is integrated. I look forward to working with you, Dr. Cassidy, on making sure that we take good care of people who are eligible.
And how do you propose that we integrate those programs? Does Medicare pay more, Medicare pay less, Medicaid pay more, Medicaid pay less? How do we do that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure because I'm not in there. I mean, it is difficult to integrate them because Medicare is under fee-for-service. It's paid for by employer taxes. Medicaid is fully paid for by the federal government, and it's not fee-for-service. So I do not know the answer to that. I look forward to exploring options with you.
Republicans, again, are looking at ways to potentially reform Medicaid to help, pay for President Trump's priorities, but to improve outcomes. What thoughts do you have regarding Medicaid reform?
Well, Medicaid is not working for Americans. And it's specifically not working for the target population. Most Americans like myself, I'm on Medicare Advantage, and I'm very happy with it. Most people who are on Medicaid are not happy. The premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, the networks are narrow, the best doctors will not accept it, the best hospitals. And particularly, Medicaid was originally designed for a target population, the poorest Americans. It's now been dramatically expanded, and the irony of the expansion is that the poorest Americans are now being robbed. Their services have dramatically decreased, even though we've increased the price of Medicare by 60% over the last 4 years. The target population is being robbed.
With that said, obviously you've thought about that, and I appreciate that. What reforms do you recommend, again, that would improve services, I suppose, but also make it more cost efficient?
Well, President Trump has given me the charge of improving quality of care and price of care for all Americans. Many things that we can do. I mean, the ultimate outcome, I think, is to increase transparency, to increase accountability, and to transition to a value-based system rather than a fee-based system.
So on
rather than a service-based
on
system.
Medicaid in particular, can you just kind of take those kind of general principles and apply it to the Medicaid program?
You know, listen, I think that there is many options with telemedicine, with AI right now, and you know, there's including direct primary care systems. We're seeing that movement roll across the country. There's
So going back to Medicaid though, and speaking of these specific advances, what reforms are you proposing with these ideas in Medicaid?
Well, I don't have a proposal for dismantling the program.
Of course not saying that.
I think what we need to do is we need to experiment with pilot programs each state. We need to keep our eye on the ultimate goal, which is value-based care, which is transparency, accountability, access.
And one more thing, going back to Medicare, you mentioned you're an MA. You mentioned earlier the Medicare fee-for-service. Do you have any kind of thoughts as to whether or not patients on fee-for-service should move into MA or how should they move?
Whether patients
who are on Medicare fee-for-service.
Traditional Medicare,
yes,
that's their choice right now. I mean, we have, I think, 32 million Americans, or 30 million Americans on Medicare, on traditional Medicare, and then another 34 or 34 on Medicare Advantage. Roughly half and half, and I think more people would probably be on Medicare Advantage because it offers very good services. But people can't afford it. It's much more expensive. In answer to your first question, there are all kinds of exciting things that we can be doing, including cooperative, which President Trump has supported, including health savings accounts, which President Trump has supported. All of these things to make people more accountable for their own health.
And so we'd bring the cooperatives and the health savings accounts into Medicare and Medicaid?
Exactly. We try to increase those, the use of those, and to direct primary care, to continue to transition to a value-based program that is private. Americans don't, by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare. And they like private insurance. We need to listen to what they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country. And Medicaid, the current model is not doing that. I would ask, any of the Democrats who are chuckling just now, do you think all that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody? Are the premiums low enough?
We do need to move on. Senator Warner.
Well, I gotta tell you, for literally hundreds of thousands of Virginians, Medicaid is what prevents them from health crises on a daily and weekly basis. And some imaginary new plan, and if there was a new plan that was to be the basis of what Trump was gonna do in repealing Obamacare, I would have thought by now we would have seen it. I gotta tell you, Mr. Kennedy, I got questions. I appreciate our visit. I know you take your views seriously, and I don't reflexively vote. I voted for 4 of President Trump's nominees already. Got a lot of grief. But I gotta tell you, I saw an email that you put out Monday night, or you campaigned it. In a fundraising email, your presidential campaign celebrated that the freeze on all new regulations, guidance, and announcements is a way to protect unelected bureaucrats from further undermining our health field. Then you ask your donors to help pay for your campaign debt. Did your campaign and you put out that?
I don't think my campaign exists anymore.
All right, well, listen, I gotta tell you this. Somebody's out there soliciting money for it. Maybe you ought to find out who is. So the fact that you celebrate this freeze, do you think that was a good idea to put all of this on hold for 90 days? Funding and any kind of further work? NIH research?
As Chairman Crapo pointed out.
I'm not asking for, I love Mike Crapo. I'm asking you. You're up for a very, very important position.
As he pointed out, Senator, the portals that were closed were not closed as a result of the Trump.
Let me just tell you, I'd like you to explain, excuse me, sir, I'd like you to explain to a domestic violence center in Richmond that's saying because this freeze they may have to close down, where those battered women go. Or a rural nonprofit I've got in Chino Valley who's saying that freeze is going to potentially shut down their ability to operate. So I guess if you deny or don't know what your campaign's sending out, you don't know if you raised a lot of money Monday night.
I'm saying that the Trump administration.
You don't know if you raised a lot of money.
The Trump administration has made clear that it does not want to freeze benefits for any Americans under Medicaid or Medicare, and I do not want to dismantle Medicaid.
The freeze is affecting beyond Medicare and Social Security. I would hope you would have known that to be able to answer some of this. Now, you've said publicly you want to immediately get rid of 600 NIH workers on job one, on day one. When we had our meeting, you said you actually like to get rid of 2,200 people from HHS. Which offices are you going to start cutting and riffing these 2,200 workers from?
Senator, there's 200 political appointees that are changed during every administration.
So if you got rid of those 200 political appointees, you're not going to replace them with your political appointees?
Well, President Biden this year changed 3,000 employees at HHS. 3,750.
Oh, I have last season's territory.
What departments are
Oh,
you going to
cool.
get them from?
Well, the same as President Biden did when he changed 3,000 out.
I'm down to a minute 30. The chairman's been generous with colleagues on both sides. I may have to go a couple minutes over, but let me just say, so let's just answer, this, I hope, since you're asking to become the top healthcare official in the United States in terms of HHS, huge ramifications, and part of this job is to be the senior advisor to the president on health issues. So when we're looking at this purge and we're looking at laying off workers, when we're looking at potentially the president's illegal offer to try to buy out federal employees, which I would say to any federal employees, think twice. Has this individual in his business world ever fulfilled his contracts or obligations to any workers in the past? But if you are in this position, will you pledge that you will not fire federal employees who work on food safety, work on trying to prevent things like salmonella?
Senator, there are 91,000 employees.
So that, I take that as that's a simple yes or no. I'm going to take that as a no. I take that as a no. Will you actually be talking about protecting Americans from cyber criminals? Something we need to do a lot more on. Will you commit not to fire anyone in the health arena who currently works on protecting Americans from cyber attacks in their healthcare files?
I will commit to not firing anybody who's doing their job.
Based on your opinion? Based upon your opinion or your political agenda or Mr. Trump's political agenda?
Based upon my opinion.
I guess that means a lot of folks who've had any type of views on vaccines will be out of work. Will you freeze grant funding for community health centers? Will you freeze federal funds for community health centers, the way the current administration?
The White House has made clear that no funds are going to be denied to any American for benefits in any program.
Do you know what happens at community health centers? Those are direct.
Are you talking about the Indian health centers?
No, I'm talking about community health centers across the country.
I understand that. I mean, I strongly.
So you're gonna excuse Indian Health Center, which is good, but others are not, they're gonna get their funds frozen.
I strongly support community health centers, as does the president.
So does that mean you're not gonna freeze the funding that is currently frozen?
The White
You
House
won't
has made
unfreeze it?
clear that none of that funding is supposed to be frozen.
Sir, the direct payments are different than how the government operates. We fund the federal government down to community health centers. As a former governor, there's lots and lots of state programs that are related to healthcare that come from the federal government, that come down to the state, then it goes to local programs. All of those don't directly pay out $1 at a time, but they come from federal funding. They are all, even though they keep changing the guidance on a minute-by-minute basis, based upon 9:45 or 10:30 or 10:45, whatever time it is today, those funds are still frozen. Sir, I just honestly, I want to give you a fair shot, but I don't feel like you approach this job with the knowledge and candidly your willingness not to commit, try to recommend to the president to make sure these funds are unfrozen and that people's lives are at stake is a very disappointing answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, it's good to see you again. We had some great visits in my office. We've done some follow-up calls to be able to go through. You and I have talked about 100 different issues and backgrounds and things. You've been able to address a lot of them today and just different questions to be able to clear up social media rumors and the things that are out there on. So I do appreciate that. We've talked about pharmacy benefit managers. We talked about the nursing home rule the Biden administration put down. We talked about views on agriculture and commercial and row crop agriculture. We've talked about food issues, and you made it very, very clear. You're not going to tell Americans what to eat, but you do want Americans to know what they're eating. And I think that's a pretty fair perspective on that. I do want to talk to you about some areas that you and I have talked about as well. We have some disagreements, you and I, on the issue of life. And when life begins on that, you've been very outspoken on that. And we've had some good opportunities to be able to talk about that. Title 10 is specifically in the HHS area. This has been an area that has been interpreted for a long time, and President Trump in the first administration interpreted that rule to say that his administration will prohibit the performance, referral for, promotion of abortion as a part of the Title 10 program. That he made that very clear in the first administration. Obviously, that's his decision to make again on that, on how he wants to handle that. He's made a lot of public statements on that. The Biden administration not only reversed that, not only rescinded that rule, but they went one step the other direction. In my state in Oklahoma, as you and I have talked about, the Biden administration cut off funding to the state of Oklahoma for AIDS testing, for breast cancer screening, and for other areas of poverty health care because my state didn't promote abortion. It wouldn't provide. If my state wouldn't promote abortion in the state, we got cut off for federal funds for AIDS testing and for other things. My simple question to you is, how are you going to handle Title 10 on that? I saw how President Biden handled that in the punitive measures that came on my state for those that are in rural health care. How are you going to handle Title 10?
I'm going to support President Trump's policies on Title 10. I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with him that we cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that the states should control abortion. President Trump has told me that he wants to end late-term abortions, and he wants to protect conscious exemptions, and that he wants to end federal funding for abortions here or abroad. That's Title 10. I serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm going to implement his policies.
Thank you for that. President Biden, when he came in, immediately closed down the Office of Civil Rights and Conscience Protections within HHS. There's a statement that's come out recently that he's going to reopen that office again to be able to protect the civil rights of Americans. One of the things that Javier Becerra did immediately when he came into HHS was conscience protections for medical professionals that were being compelled against their conscience to perform medical procedures that violated their conscience. Javier Becerra stepped in immediately to HHS and withdrew that and said, no, the federal government will tell you what you believe about these issues. You don't have conscience protections anymore, and refuse to protect those folks. Will you step in and say that healthcare individuals have the right of conscience again, as the federal law allows?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that occurs to me when you ask that question is what patient would want somebody doing a surgery on them that believes that there were the surgeries against their conscience being forced to perform that. I don't know anybody who would want to have a doctor performing a surgery that the doctor is morally opposed to. Listen, I came from a family that was split on life and choice. I have cousins today who believe that abortion at any stage is equivalent to homicide. Now, there are other people who believe the opposite. But the good thing in my family that I really loved is that we were able to have those conversations and respect each other. And I wish that we could do that nationally. And if forcing somebody to participate in a medical procedure as a provider that they believe is murder does not make any sense to me. We need to welcome diversity in this country. We need to respect diversity, and we need to respect each other when we have different opinions, and not force our opinions on other people.
Yeah, thank you for that. The FDA, under the Biden administration, changed the rules for the chemical abortion drug and said you no longer need to see a physician. So if you have an ectopic pregnancy or all kinds of other, don't even go anymore to see a physician. But they also changed an area that has been, something that's been very particular, you talked about a lot, and that's transparency. They changed the position and said, don't tell us if there's a side effect on this drug unless she dies. But other than that, don't tell us anymore. Literally, don't give transparent information to the American people or to the women who take this drug anymore. We don't want that reported. My question to you is, will FDA move to be able to actually give transparency to the American people and to say, this drug is no different than any other drug. We don't argue protect it just because it's political for some folks. People should know side effects on this drug and there should be reporting.
Yeah, I mean, it's against everything we believe in this country that patients or doctors should not be reporting adverse events. We need to know what adverse events are. We need to understand the safety of every drug, mifepristone and every other drug. And President Trump has made it clear to me that one of the things, he is not taking a position yet on mifepristone, a detailed position, but he's made it clear to me that he wants me to look at safety issues. And I'll ask NIH and FDA to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, I only have 5 minutes with you, and I've got a lot of experience with CMS, so you're just going to have to listen. Two things. One, if you want to move from advocacy to public responsibility, Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on vaccinations, including a promise from you never to say vaccines aren't medically safe when they in fact are, and making indisputably clear that you support mandatory vaccinations against diseases where that will keep people safe. You're in that hole pretty deep. We've just had a measles case in Rhode Island, the first since 2013. And frankly, you frighten people. Two, I want to air harms that Rhode Island has experienced from a remorseless, senseless CMS bureaucracy. CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers. A differential of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. The Pending Ahead program can begin to remedy this, at least for value-based care, and it must. There has to be payment parity in the region. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out
because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act CMS took on this years ago was to make it worse. The CMS bureaucracy has also attacked one of the best accountable care organizations in the country, Rhode Island's Integra Family Doctors. Tried to throw them off the shared savings program because they said Integra years ago briefly fell 137 patients short of the 5,000 patients that ACOs need. CMS wouldn't listen until a court found that to be unjustified, likely illegal, irreparable harm to this high-performing ACO and its patients, and contrary to the public interest. That must stop. Last, CMS has refused to approve waivers granted elsewhere for Rhode Island from rules that are stupid for Medicare patients who are nearing the end of their days. Here's what families see. Granny is home dying. She needs to transfer to a nursing home, and Medicare insists on putting her 3 days and 2 nights in a hospital. Expensive, frightening to Granny and the family, and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get palliative and curative care together. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and can't get home care if she can still get out into the
Damn
yard,
it, Granny.
or be driven to see the shore, to see Narragansett Beach, say, one more time, to recall childhood memories before she dies. Inhumane and stupid. Granny's home dying and the family's exhausted. And the respite care benefit is not to send a nurse or a caregiver, but to stuff Granny in an ambulance and haul her off to a hospital. Some respite. It's all expensive, frightening, inhumane, and stupid. But the insensate CMS bureaucracy takes a court order to be awakened to the harm they cause. I have had enough. CMS should let Rhode Island try humane end-of-life care under CMMI. Let's see if it works at a state. I bet it will save money, serve families better at a very, very delicate time, and perhaps even make a model for better health care everywhere. I've said a lot. My time is out. You're welcome to respond in writing. I ask unanimous consent that the order declaring CMS's actions to constitute irreparable and illegal harm be put into the record.
Without objection.
Let me just respond very briefly. Senator Whitehouse, I'm an implacable enemy of tyrannical, insensate bureaucracies and stupid rules, and I will work with you to make CMS responsive to the needs of Rhode Island and to remedy those disparities that you talk about. I am familiar with the Integra Health plan, and it is the template for what we ought to be doing in a value-based plan, and I look forward to you to making sure that we create pilot programs like this.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman,
around the country.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've learned in my tenure in the Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me amounts to exactly 0. We need to get this fixed. Thank you.
Well, I guess at that point then we will move on to Senator Davis.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, I'm glad to see you here this morning. I listened to your opening remarks, and you mentioned you wanted to make HHS the gold standard of science. I have found my engagements with you, both behind closed doors in my office, as well as listening to you publicly, be very thoughtful and science-based. I applaud that. I thank you for that. And I realize this will likely be a very partisan vote on this committee and on the Senate floor. But let the record state there are 3 medical doctors on this side of the dais. I'm a chemical engineer. We believe in science, I'm thankful that you do too, and you made that comment in your opening remarks. I want to talk about agriculture for a moment. We talked about our common love for Montana. You've been to Montana many times. It's a wonderful state. A lot of folks have discovered it. They watch the show Yellowstone, and people are coming and moving into our state, but it's an amazing place. But as you know, agriculture is our top economic driver. We produce some of the highest quality crops, the best livestock in the country and the world. Our farmers and our ranchers are truly some of the most effective environmental stewards in ensuring we have a safe food supply chain in the world. I share your view that protecting the integrity and safety of our food supply is of utmost importance. I appreciate the research happening in places like Montana State University to help farmers produce resilient, healthy, and safe crops, as well as their agricultural practices. You mentioned you were a 4-H kid growing up. I think our 4-H kids and our FFA kids are the best kids in America. My question for you is,
Am I so out of touch?
confirmed,
No, it's
as I
the
listen to my
kids who are out
farmers
of
and
touch.
ranchers talk about the future, will you commit to working collaboratively with partners at USDA, at the relevant federal agencies, as well as our Montana farmers and ranchers, before implementing any policy that might affect or impact food supply?
I absolutely will make that commitment. I have, as I shared with you, a personal commitment and a long career working with farmers. I want to make sure I understand the very, very narrow margins, the slim margins that American farmers and ranchers are dealing with. And I don't want, under my watch, as a single farmer, to have to leave his farm for economic reasons or for regulatory or bureaucratic reasons while I serve, if I'm privileged to serve, to be confirmed as HHS Secretary. Even more important, President Trump has a very, very strong commitment to farmers. President Trump is probably historically, in modern history, the best farm president in our history. The farm income spiked for the first time in decades under his last administration. He got solid support from farmers across the country. Farm country is Trump country. Farmers across the country supported him during this election. He has specifically instructed me, and he wants farmers involved in every policy, and that he wants me to work with Brooke Rollins at USDA to make sure that we preserve American farmers, that all of our policies support them.
Mr. Kennedy, thank you. And if confirmed, I look forward to having you and Brooke Rollins out to Montana. Spend some time with
You
our
have
farmers.
my commitment to come there anytime, particularly during ski season or hunting season.
Deal. I want to shift
Nope,
gears
too
for a
old.
moment. As we discussed in the meeting we had in my office, mifepristone was approved in 2000. The FDA has been under scrutiny and brought to court for failure to properly assess this drug, as well as subsequent deregulations Senator Langford described that have occurred over the past 25 years. Some of these deregulations included ending the requirement that these drugs be prescribed by a doctor, ending reporting requirements for adverse events, and allowing these pills to be obtained through the mail. In fact, the FDA's own prescribing label mentioned that 3 to 5% of women taking this drug end up in the emergency room. My question is, if confirmed as Secretary of HHS, will you commit to working with the FDA Commission to review the deregulatory actions that are threatening the safety of women?
Sorry, Senator. And as I said to Senator Langford, it's immoral to have a policy where patients are not allowed to report adverse events or doctors are discouraged from doing that. President Trump has asked me to study the safety of mifepristone. He has not yet taken a stand on how to regulate it, whatever he does, I will implement those policies, and I will work with this committee, make those policies make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden, and welcome, Mr. Kennedy, and to your family as well. I want to start with a couple of concerns I have, and just briefly, on Medicaid. States share in the funding of Medicaid. Millions of disabled children in this country are alive because of Medicaid. Millions of people with addiction in this country are in recovery because of the services provided to them by Medicaid. And millions of chronically ill people who, until Medicaid expansion was enacted, who couldn't get health care and therefore couldn't work because they were too sick, got health care through Medicaid expansion, then went back to work, and now they're on private insurance. So those are some facts about Medicaid that you might want to brush up on. Now, I'm also extremely concerned about your endorsement of radical fringe conspiracies that, if implemented at HHS, would put American families' lives at risk. Vaccines are one of our greatest public health triumphs. And you don't need, I'm not talking about abstract medical science. One of the people who helped raise me was my grandfather, who was a pediatrician. He practiced medicine in this country from 1921 until the mid-1980s. And I heard details about the difference those vaccines made in saving lives in the children who were under his care. Vaccination has helped to eradicate many deadly diseases in the United States, including polio and smallpox, something we should be proud of as Americans. I am extremely concerned that as Secretary, you would be able to halt critical vaccine research and to exploit parents' natural worries by advising them not to vaccinate their children. This will lead to more children getting sick, and some will even die. Before the measles vaccine, about 500 American children died a year from measles. This is too much of a risk for our country, and there is no reason that any of us should believe that you have reversed the anti-vaccine views that you have promoted for 25 years. For example, you have previously falsely suggested that the polio vaccine killed many, 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 many more people than polio ever did by causing fatal cancers, while rigorous safety studies show that to be completely false. Now, let's go to something we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's not the government's place to tell people what to do with their bodies. You said that, correct? Yeah. Mr. Kennedy, in 2023, you came to New Hampshire and said, quote, I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what they can or cannot do with their body. So you said that, right?
Yes.
Yep. But you also said we need to trust the women to make that choice because I don't trust government to make any choices. You said that too, right?
Yes.
It is remarkable that you have such a long record of fighting for women's reproductive freedom, and really great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary. So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you had your whole life in order to be given power?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, so, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it. You said just now the discussion about mifepristone. Oh, he's asked me to study the safety of it. Here are the safety studies that tell us mifepristone is safe and effective. And I asked Mr. Chair that these about 40 studies be admitted to the record by unanimous consent.
Without objection.
So the studies are there. The safety is proved. The science is there. But what you're telling us is if President Trump orders you to take action to make it harder for women to get direly needed health care, you'll follow his order. If Mr. Trump as he did yesterday, orders a halt on Medicaid payments that are essential for taking care of people with disabilities all around this country, you're going to follow that order because you are willing to sacrifice your values, your knowledge, if President Trump tells you to do that. That to me is unacceptable in a Secretary of Health and Human Services.
As I explained before, the White House has issued a statement saying that that policy will not deprive any American of benefits.
The problem is the White House issued that statement only after we pointed out the damage it would do, and it became politically uncomfortable for them. You know what else that freeze on federal funding did? It halted funds for critical research that could cure pediatric cancer. So if the president tells you to do that, you're going to stop that too. That's enough.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto is next.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for coming into my office and having the conversation that we did. I appreciate your passion and your belief, and you've spent years really talking about the issues that matter to you, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you a couple of questions, though I just need some clarification. Right now, there's a 40-year-old law that requires hospital ERs accepting payment from Medicare to actually provide emergency care to patients. So let's say a woman experiencing a life-threatening condition like a heart attack goes to the ER. As a lawyer, you would agree that that federal law protects her right to emergency care, correct?
Yes.
So now a pregnant woman with life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER. Let me rephrase that so you can hear. A pregnant woman with a life-threatening bleeding from an incomplete miscarriage goes to the ER, and her doctor also determines that she needs an emergency abortion. But she's in a state where abortion is banned. You would agree also as an attorney that federal law protects her right to that emergency care, correct?
I don't know. I mean, the answer to that is I don't know if the state has
Well, let me ask you this as an attorney. Doesn't federal law preempt state law?
The federal Constitution does. Sometimes not every federal law preempts state laws. It could be unconstitutional. Now, I'm not trying to be evasive, Senator. I'm just telling you I don't know the
I
answer to
appreciate that.
question.
But what authority do you have over this as the director of HHS?
What authority do I have?
Yeah, to enforce the law.
In what regards?
To make sure that a hospital that receives payment from Medicare is ensuring that they're providing the necessary emergency care to patients when they present. It's actually the EMTALA law. So what authority as HHS director do you have with respect to EMTALA?
My understanding is that I have budgetary power and that it's pretty much limited to that. But if you tell me I have another authority, I don't even think that.
Well, let me tell you,
we have a law enforcement branch at HHS.
Actually, you do, and that's CMS. CMS actually investigates complaints of EMTALA violations, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General, who, by the way, was just recently fired by Donald Trump. So you will be enforcing EMTALA laws, and it's important that you understand their impact and don't play politics with the patient presenting at the ER based on a position that this administration has taken. Let me ask you another question. When we met in my office, you said about lowering drug prices, that when Big Pharma price gouges, the American people suffer. I think we both agree on that. And I think you're sincere in your belief that you want to reduce prices for Americans, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. The Inflation Reduction Act empowered Medicare to negotiate prescription drug prices. It penalizes drug companies for price hikes above inflation, and it caps seniors' out-of-pocket drug costs, along with reducing insulin prices to $35 per month. But your future boss, Donald Trump, on his first day in office, revoked President Biden's executive order that actually directed the health secretary to examine ways to reduce drug prices and improve access to innovative therapies for the American people. And, unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which means reversing all of those things that we worked on to lower prices for Americans. So my question to you is, what do you do? Why are you there? Are you there to be a rubber stamp to this administration and cave into all of these odd positions that they're taking, even though you know they're in disagreement with your positions on lowering drug prices and that they could harm Americans? How do you handle that as HHS director?
Senator, my understanding is that the White House issued an executive order, I believe today, supporting the drug negotiations under the IRA. President Trump was very aggressive during his first term about drug prices. He has instructed me, and I've met with him repeatedly on as that we need lower prices than seniors in this country, and
so let me ask you,
are.
Let me ask you this, because I only have so much time. So we've already negotiated lowering prices for 10 drugs with Big Pharma. And Big Pharma, by the way, opposes this. They have not only are asking for a pause, they have filed lawsuits, but we've already negotiated the first 10 drugs. And we want to expand it to the next 10 to 15 that the Biden administration has put forward. Would you agree and continue that path of really mandating that Big Pharma come to the table and negotiate drug prices for Medicare so we can lower those prices for Americans?
My understanding is that the executive order that was issued today, which I haven't seen, but I've read a summary.
Well, let me ask you this then, because you keep citing the Trump administration and you're just going to follow what they say. Is that what you're doing? You're just a rubber stamp for them in this position? So anybody, so it doesn't matter that you're before us. It could be anybody coming before us as long as they're a rubber stamp for this administration and disregarding your beliefs and what you think. I guess my question to you is, if it really is fundamental to what you believe, how do you live with that? How do you address those issues as you're moving forward?
You want me to answer the question, Senator?
Yeah.
You want me to answer the question?
No, I'm asking you.
Okay. President Trump has asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy. And I'm
So is that the only reason why you're at
position.
HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS, to address that one issue?
President Trump has asked me, because I'm in a unique position, to end that. And that is what I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying, and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking. Our 60% increase in Medicaid over the past 4 years is the biggest budget line now, and it's growing faster than any other. And no other nation in the world has what we have here. No other nation has a chronic disease. We have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. We had, during COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in a country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. We had a higher death count than any country in the world. And when CDC was asked why, they said it's because Americans are the sickest people on earth. The average person who died from COVID, American, had 3.8 chronic diseases. This is an existential threat economically, to our military, to our health, to our sense of well-being. And it is a priority for President Trump. And that's why he asked me to run the agency. And if I'm privileged to be confirmed, that's exactly what I'll do.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office prior to today's hearing to talk about a lot of the important issues affecting healthcare in my home state of Wyoming, as well as the nation. I appreciate your willingness to serve our country. During our meeting, we discussed the challenges that healthcare providers and patients are facing in rural America. Financial obstacles facing rural hospitals, workforce shortages, issues of OBGYN, and then new regulations that are painful that have come out of the Biden administration, hurting our ability to provide nursing home staffing. So let me start, if I could, with rural hospitals and the closures of hospitals like that. There are a lot of challenges facing hospitals in rural communities and frontier areas. We have 33 hospitals in Wyoming. 26 are really located in areas, locations, often hard to get to. Weather impacts them. 6 of the hospitals are at risk of closing. 2 are at immediate risk of closing in the next 2 years. 10 have had to cut available services. And this is a concern of rural hospitals in both Republican and Democrat states, either way, bipartisan. Critical that the workforce challenges, financial challenges that we're facing are addressed. Can you commit to working with us on a plan to address the critical nationwide issue of rural health care?
Yes, yes, Senator. And I would say that during my visits, I visited almost 60 senators so far. And the most common unifying, I would say, issue among both Democrats and Republicans, there were 2. One was PBM reform, and the other is rural hospitals. And our nation made a commitment over 100 years ago to put a hospital within 30 miles of every American. We generally succeeded in doing that. It's absolutely critical. It's life-saving. And rural hospitals are closing at an extraordinary rate right now. They not only provide important health care for the localities, but also they're economic drivers for localities all over this country. Well, President Trump is determined to end the hemorrhage of rural hospitals, and he's asked me to do that through use of AI, through telemedicine, which these are innovations that I saw the other day at the Cleveland Clinic, has developed an AI nurse that you cannot distinguish from a human being, that has diagnostics as good as any doctor. And we can provide concierge care to every American in this country, even those the remote parts of Wyoming, Montana, Alaska, etc. We also have opportunities at HRSA and at the GME to finally live up to GME's mission of providing personnel to rural hospitals. And I intend to use all of my power, because I've seen the priority that is given by both Democrats and Republicans on this committee. I intend to make that a priority of life if I'm privileged to be confirmed.
Well, I appreciate it, because often with financial strains on the local hospital, one of the common services to be cut in rural hospitals and maternity services. So now we have women in Wyoming having to drive over 100 miles to access care. 13 counties in Wyoming don't have access to OB, and we're talking counties larger than the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, counties larger than those whole states. So will you commit to working with my office to find solutions to help address these specific maternal health challenges in rural America?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to it.
Another issue we specifically spoke about with this harmful Biden administration rule that had really been bad for our rural nursing homes. And it's a rule that would triple the registered nurse requirements in nursing homes. This is going to lead, there just aren't enough registered nurses in our state to be able to comply with this. This would lead to nursing home closures across our state. Will you commit to working with me to fix this serious problem that was a result of a rule that came out by the Biden administration, who clearly doesn't understand rural America?
Yes, Senator, I think the rule was well-intentioned, but as you've said, and I've heard from many rural senators, it will be a disaster for their states. Some of the nursing homes, these are staffing rules that require 24-hour staffing by medical professionals. Some of the nursing homes in rural areas simply do not have the available personnel or the economics to be able to do that. It will mean the closure of nursing homes in rural areas across our country, which means the parents, elderly parent, will be moved a great distance from the local community and their family. And we know that the single greatest driver of high quality nursing home care is
so I forgot that I bought this big transport ship. I saved up and bought this transport ship, and I forgot to get in it. Look, it's got this huge fucking, like, deck. And this ship isn't even that big. Wait until I get a really big ship. It's gonna be so RP and cool. Yeah, cool. What is that fucking sound? It's driving me crazy. I'm gonna move the base now. That sound's driving me crazy. So badass. It like chopped down all the trees and everything that was in my way. So, okay, so I am gonna scrub the other one's orders. This Falcon Vanguard. Move all orders. Now I want you to... Maybe I have to get in the ship. That might be part of it. Yeah, let's check the ship out, huh? Cool.
involvement, the proximity of family members. When you move that nursing facility away from the community where the kids live, you're going to get much worse care. So the intention, although it was noble, was in reality, for rural areas at least, it is going to be a disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Johnson.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your decades-long advocacy for a clean environment, for children's health. I can't say as I'm surprised by the hostility on the other side. I'm highly disappointed in it. I don't know if you remember when you called me up and you were contemplating setting your political differences aside, joining forces with President Trump on an area of agreement, addressing chronic illness, trying to find the root cause of all these problems facing this nation. My first response was, Bobby, this is an answer to my prayers. We need to get to the answers of this, but even more, we need to heal and unify this divided nation. I'm not necessarily the most optimistic guy because we've got enormous challenges facing this nation, but I thought, wow, here's somebody from the left, somebody I don't agree with on many issues politically, coming together with President Trump and focusing on an area of agreement, something that the American people desperately want. Finding out the answers. What has caused autism? What is causing chronic illness? Ms. Kennedy, I think I've come to know what's in your heart. I think I know the personal and political price you've paid for this decision. I want to say publicly, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you're doing here. Can't we come together as a nation and do this? Can we do? Aren't you getting tired of this? I'm getting tired of this. So again, Mr. Kennedy, I need to enter in the record. These are just 11 letters of support signed by 63,000 people, thousands of doctors. From the American Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, Independent Medical Alliance, the North Carolina Physicians and Freedom Group, Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. These are Americans, nonpartisan. A lot of these people I know because I've advocated with you. A lot of them are Democrats. They put their political differences aside. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this in the record.
Without objection.
I also do want to, Mr. Kennedy, as long as I have you here, I've written over 70 oversight letters to the federal health agencies under the Biden administration. I've virtually gotten squat out of them, okay? What I get is we get, for example, 50 pages of Anthony Fauci's emails redacted. Oh, by the way, the latest one was 17 pages. Instead of issuing a health alert on the myocarditis they knew was impacting young men early in 2021, instead of issuing an alert on the Health Alert Network, they developed 17 pages of talking points. This was given to the public under a FOIA request. They had to go to court. They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages, so you don't even know what they have redacted. So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover the information I've requested in 70 oversight letters. My question to you is, as Secretary of HHS, will you honor these requests from Congress and will you make HHS transparent?
Yeah, my approach to HHS, as I said before, Senator, is radical transparency. Democrats and Republicans ought to be able to come in and get information that was generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get redacted documents. Public health agencies should be transparent. And if we want Americans to restore trust in the public health agencies, we need transparency. I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies.
I love this
I
game.
know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interest. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history. And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators, have immense talent that are walking away, many of them from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends. Agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career. Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Kennedy, I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not
what?
going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
Let's keep going. You're right because to say yes, because every American has the right to know that every decision you make as our #1 health officer is to help them and not to make money for yourself in the future. So I want to talk more about money. I'm looking at your paperwork right now. In the past 2 years, you've raked in $2.5 million from a law firm called Wisner Baum. You go online, you do commercials to encourage people to sign up with Wisner Baum to join lawsuits against vaccine makers. And for everyone who signs up, you personally get paid. And if they win their case, you get 10% of what they win. So if you bring in somebody who gets $10 million, you walk away with $1 million. Now, you just said that you want the American people to know you can't be bought. Your decisions won't depend on how much money you could make in the future. You won't go to work for a drug company after you leave HHS. But you and I both know there's another way to make money. So, Mr. Kennedy, Will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. I do want to clarify something because you're making me sound like a shill. I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court.
Mr.
The Alford hearing.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No, I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
No,
and I'm
you
not
can
going to agree to
sue
that,
drug
Senator.
companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
So let's do a quick count here of how, as Secretary of HHS, if you get confirmed, you could influence every one of those lawsuits. Well, let me start the list. You could publish your anti-vaccine conspiracies, but this time on U.S. government letterhead, something a jury might be impressed by. You could appoint people to the CDC vaccine panel who share your anti-vax views and let them do your dirty work. You could tell the CDC vaccine panel to remove a particular vaccine from the vaccine schedule. You could remove vaccines from special compensation programs, which would open up manufacturers to mass torts. You could make more injuries eligible for compensation even if there is no causal evidence. You could change vaccine court processes to make it easier to bring junk lawsuits. You could turn over FDA data to your friends at the law firm and they could use it however it benefited them. You could change vaccine labeling. You could change vaccine information rules. You could change which claims are compensated in the vaccine injury compensation program. There's a lot of ways that you can influence those future lawsuits and pending lawsuits while you are Secretary of HHS. And I'm asking you to commit right now that you will not take a financial stake in every one of those lawsuits so that what you do as Secretary will also benefit you financially down the line.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one should be fooled here. As Secretary of HHS, Robert Kennedy will have the power to undercut vaccines and vaccine manufacturing across our country. And for all of his talk about follow the science and his promise that he won't interfere with those of us who want to vaccinate his kids, the bottom line is the same. Kennedy can kill off access to vaccines and make millions of dollars while he does it. Kids might die, but Robert Kennedy can keep cashing in.
Senator, I support vaccines. I support the childhood schedule. I will do that. The only thing I want is good science, and that's it.
How about then say you won't make money off what you do as Secretary of HHS?
Before we go to Senator Tillis, I think it would be important for me to make it very clear that Mr. Kennedy has gone through the same Office of Government Ethics process as every single other nominee in the Finance Committee this year and in previous administrations. In addition to listing his assets, including the items that you've identified, he has signed an ethics letter that has been reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics concerning any possible conflict in light of its functions and the nominee's proposed duties. And we have a letter from the Office of Government Ethics that he hasn't complied completely with all applicable laws and regulations governing conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman, point of information here. Have we had a single nominee come through who's made $2.5 million off suing one of the entities that it would be regulating, and plans to keep getting a take of every lawsuit in the future? Have we had that before?
I haven't reviewed the past documentation of every other nominee's financial interests, and so no. But I know that every single time we get a nominee, their financial interests are attacked. That's why we have the Office of Government Ethics. That's why they've reviewed everything that's in his record, and that's why he has even, I think, and I don't know that I want to ask him to get into it, but he has listed his assets and has gone through a discussion of the responsibilities under our ethics laws and is complied with all of those requirements. Senator Tillins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, how's your morning going?
So far, so good.
Good. You came prepared. I'm glad that you did. You, I believe, addressed to my satisfaction a question about Title X and the President's priority with respect to Planned Parenthood. Can you just affirm that you are 100% behind the President's policy on Title X and the implementation?
I'm 100% behind it. So.
Thank you. You know, it's amazing to me that people, well, first off, you need to understand I was in a judiciary hearing this morning. It's very clear to me that some of these nominations are going to be shirts and skins. So no matter what you answer in the affirmative, they're going to ask you one more question so that you won't be able to answer in the affirmative. That's just the way the game gets played when we have nominees like yourself. So I think you're handling yourself well. I got a real quick question for you. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
That is a pejorative, Senator, that's applied to me, mainly to keep me from asking difficult questions of powerful interest. I was told that I was a conspiracy theorist. That label was applied to me because I said that the vaccines, the COVID vaccine, didn't prevent transmission and it wouldn't prevent infection, when the government was telling people, Americans, that it would. I was saying that because I was looking at the monkey studies in May of 2020. I was called a conspiracy, now everybody admits it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said red dye caused cancer. And now
red dye does cause cancer.
Banned it. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I said fluoride lowered IQ. Last week,
fluoride does lower IQ.
A review of 87 studies saying that there's a direct inverse correlation between IQ loss.
All right, so I'm going to assume
I can go on for about a week.
Is there any one of them that you can say, you got me? That really was a conspiracy theory, or are you in a position to submit for the record? I think it'd just be helpful for every one of these narratives for you to submit that maybe for the record. You said something about SNAP lunch. I was in the State House in North Carolina before I came here. Anytime I'd go visit an elementary school, the first thing I would do is go to the trash cans in the cafeteria. And what we have now are kids that are not eating the food because the dictates of the federal government have made it something that they don't want. But they say, well, it's a healthy alternative. It has processed materials in it, and it's not particularly attractive to them. So they throw it away. Trash cans full of food that these kids didn't eat. So then what do? They go eat snacks, or they go eat or they drink a sugared drink. The SNAP program, everything you've said about the SNAP program, I agree with. I think that we should be very, very strict about that, and it's going to make some people uncomfortable in the food manufacturing segment, produce healthy foods that we can put in the SNAP program. That's the way to address it. But we also need to look at the school health program. I was PTA president 22 years ago at my daughter's high school, and I feel like we've got these kids that need help. We've got to guide them through a process. Many of them are probably on Medicaid, and Medicaid's failing them. Everybody here says Medicaid is sacrosanct. Nobody's admitted that Medicaid is not producing positive health outcomes. Is that your problem with Medicaid right now? The program or the outcomes?
It's the outcomes. We're spending $900 billion, and our people are getting sicker every single year.
Yeah, so
and President Trump wants people to have it, Americans to have a high quality insurance.
Anybody who's building a case for the status quo of Medicaid is by extension saying that they're happy with the outcomes. I think it's unacceptable. I do have a question for you on Project Warp Speed. We supported the CARES Act. We had 97 people in the U.S. Senate vote for it. Everybody here. There's only one member of Congress that voted against it, I believe. And Project Warp Speed had CDC, FDA, NIH, and BARDA very much in the mix. Now, some people think that you're going to come in here and insert yourself into those agencies in a way that's never been done before. Let's say that they're a part of a future Project Warp Speed. Is it your intent to go in and do something that's never been done before, based on my staff's research, and insert yourself in a discussion that the scientists are dealing with in those different agencies?
No, Senator. What I want to do is, I'm not a scientist. I want to empower scientists. I want to make sure that science is unobstructed by vested or economic interest.
That's good.
Or by bad culture. And I'll just say about Operation Warp Speed, it was an extraordinary accomplishment, demonstration of leadership by President Trump. When he promoted Operation Warp Speed, he was looking at all of the different remedies, including vaccines,
therapeutics, everything.
Therapeutic, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, famotidine, even chlorine dioxide, and he was not looking at shutting down our country for the year, forcing people to wear masks for a year, forcing all social distancing that did not have any scientific basis, which Dr. Fauci has now acknowledged. He said we took it out of thin air. But all of those changed during the Biden administration, and it became very narrowly focused. We ended up with the highest death count of any country in the world.
Mr. Chair, if I can just ask one final question, and I think it's a one-word answer. I've heard a lot of people complaining about healthcare delivery, Medicaid. On the other side of the dais here, who's been responsible for healthcare policies over the last 4 years?
The Biden.
I mean, the president, the Biden. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have heard more of those in oversight hearings over the last 4 years. I haven't, but I'm glad that there's an acknowledgement that you're inheriting a problem that needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thanks for being with us. I very much like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6-7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm gonna suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Healthcare a human right. Is healthcare a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different, because with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. And so, are you guaranteed the same right, or is there also a duty?
I'm sorry, I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right. Every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug companies making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages, we in some cases pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
To equalize it?
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real, it's an existential threat, and it is a healthcare issue. Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment, is climate change a hoax or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
You believe that you disagree with Trump? You don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to
I
make
just asked you
Americans
that, Mr. Kenny, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay. I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life. A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think people should have confidence in your consistency and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people of New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you're trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things, clothing for babies. One of them is titled Unfaxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
That was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that law. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with
leadership. Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country. And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95 counties are rural counties. Now, over the last few years, we've seen hospital closures, So we have focused on access in rural areas, and my rural health agenda, which is bipartisan, focuses on innovation, telehealth, access points. It focuses on work shortages, and also Senator Warner and I have together focused on making certain that we address the area wage index and do that fairly for our citizens that are in rural communities. So I would like a commitment from you that when confirmed, you and your CMS administrator will work with us to make certain that the area wage index is balanced and that it is fair to rural areas.
Senator, both Dr. Oz and myself recognize that rural health care is in crisis in this country, and that is catastrophic for our entire country. And I talked a little bit about my commitment to rural health earlier in this hearing. The regional price points, as you know, are set by Congress and not by HHS. I will certainly, and I know Dr. Oz will certainly work with you to make them sensible.
We look forward to that. Also, you and I, before you came forward as the secretary, the nominee, we had talked in years past about over-medicating youth and concerns over that. And I was looking at a report from TennCare, which is our Medicaid program in Tennessee. And I was concerned when I saw a number that TennCare had spent $90 million in 2024 alone on ADHD. This was 417,000 of our children. And $90 million. To me, that is heartbreaking, what is happening there. So how will you prioritize oversight of prescribing practices while promoting alternative solutions such as counseling, behavioral therapies, community-based interventions for our youth?
Exactly, and that's the solution. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. Even higher percentages are on SSRIs and benzos. We are not just over-medicating our children, we're over-medicating our entire population. Half the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth are now sold here. 70% of the profits from pharmaceutical companies are from the United States, even though we only have 4.2% of the world's population. Not only that, but a recent study by Cochrane Collaboration founder Peter Ghosh found that pharmaceutical drugs are the third largest cause of death in our country after heart attacks and cancers. Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives, we need access to treatment, we need exercise, we need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed, when you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Lujan. Excuse me, I made a mistake. It's Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Kennedy. And I've been absent only because I've been in another hearing with the nominee to be the Commerce Secretary. So I will review everything that you've said today and look at that diligently. But one of the things that I wanted to discuss with you is I represent a very big innovation state. And innovation in healthcare specifically. Innovation like NIH funding to the Fred Hutch Cancer Center that helped develop the HPV vaccine, which has the potential to eliminate over 95% of cervical cancer. NIH also funds a lot of jobs and grants, nearly 11,000 people in the state of Washington, and over $1.2 billion worth of grants. So while I agree with you on healthy foods, I definitely am troubled by the medical research side of innovation and some of the things that you have said. In fact, this issue about laying off 600 employees at NIH, or giving the fact that, to quote, give infectious disease a break for 8 years. So we've had a chance to talk about this a little bit, but the most striking example of this is when COVID hit. And we were the first in the nation. We had the first case, and it really was the fast response by the University of Washington that really helped save lives. So I just want to know that, are you aware of how harmful these issues could be for public health? That public health in and of itself could be affected by these kind of anti-science views.
Senator, I have always been a science person, a pro-science person. I believe in evidence-based medicine, in gold standard science. When I said, and I've explained this before you came in, that 600 people out of a workforce of 91,000 is pretty typical. Last year alone, President Biden replaced 3,000 people at HHS and 700 at NIH. I want to say this. I said give infectious disease a break because that's been the principal preoccupation. Infectious disease, chronic disease is 92%, accounts for 92% of deaths in this country, and almost nothing is studied at NIH about the etiology of our chronic disease epidemic.
But right now,
the money is going to infectious disease.
But I get your point. It's an interesting point. The problem is we had to respond, and it's actually the Gates Foundation and a flu cohort that figured out what was wrong, and that we had an outbreak of COVID that was going beyond the very first case. And so we had to build a very fast response. So I take this to the University of Washington has conducted groundbreaking stem cell research on fetal tissue. To me, I know there's probably a lot of people that may not agree with this, but we're making regenerative heart tissue now at the University of Washington. So yes or no, do you commit to protecting stem cell research for scientific agencies if confirmed?
I will protect stem cell research. Stem cell research today can be done on umbilical cords, and you don't need fetal tissue.
You'll protect the laws that are on the books today and the research that's done.
My job is, Senator, to enforce the laws.
Okay, so I want to move to PBMs because PBMs are driving up drug prices. And one of the biggest things that we need to do here, I think, in a new administration is get a handle on everything that is driving up prices and lower them. The report found that PBMs generated $1.4 billion from spread pricing. That is where they are able to basically set the price, not reimburse pharmacies, and then pocket the rest. We've had bipartisan legislation in several different committees now to get at this. What do you think the solution is?
Oh, I think
I didn't get
one
him.
of the
It just glitched.
really notable achievements of this panel was the PBM legislation that they put together in a bipartisan way. I haven't met a single senator, well, actually one only, but of the 60-odd senators that I talked to, all of them talked about PBMs and how important it was, and President Trump, during his first administration, pushed through a law for pushed a law to give transparency to PBMs. It got overruled during the Biden administration. Luckily, this panel is resuscitating that. President Trump is absolutely committed to fixing the PBMs.
My time is running out, so I just want to clarify. You believe that we should pass these laws that now have been proposed in the Senate?
I haven't read the entire law, so I don't know, but I think that we need to reform the PBMs. I think we need to get rid of all of these vested interests that are draining money from the system.
Okay, somebody suggested though that you thought you should convene the PBMs and talk to them about some sort of self-regulation. So I am trying to distinguish between these people who basically are doing illegal activities and ripping off, really they're creating pharmacy deserts in my state. So I'm asking you whether you believe that we have to legislate in this area.
Again, I'm not being evasive, I just don't know exactly what the law says. I met with the PBMs, I met with pharma. My job is to meet with all the stakeholders. I've been meeting with stakeholders for 40 years. People I was suing, you want to hear from the other side.
Well,
that doesn't mean I would let the PBMs write their own ticket. I support the efforts of this committee to come up with bipartisan legislation. President Trump wants to get the excess profits away from the PBMs and send it back to primary care, to patients in this country, to high quality health care.
I'll ask you for the record, since my time's expired, to look at the legislation that came out of the Commerce Committee that defines the legal activities that they are doing to drive up prices, and give us an answer for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In principle, I support that legislation.
Thank you, and let me just tell you the list as we have to move forward to the ending here. Senator Lujan will be next, followed by Senator Marshall, Senator Warnock, Senator Smith, Senator Young, and Senator Welch.
And let me say again, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter of such importance. A number of my colleagues would like a second round, and I think it would be important to offer, say, a modest amount of additional time to get into this on both sides. I know I have some questions. I want my colleagues to have the opportunity to raise their concerns as well.
Well, I've said, as I have indicated to you, Senator White, I'm not going to do a second round. I have been very generous with the senators. I think almost every single senator has had 7 minutes at least. And I will give you a second, as is our practice between the two of us.
I'll then divide my time up with my colleagues.
Okay, you are welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, when we met, you stated to me that it is not your goal to take away programs that work for Americans. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many Americans rely on Medicaid?
About 72 million plus the 7 million kids who are on chips.
Appreciate that, 72 million. Yes or no, is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage? Is it important that expectant mothers and newborns have access to health coverage?
Absolutely, Senator.
Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many babies
200,000
born in this country are covered through Medicaid?
Oh.
I would guess, I don't know the answer, I would guess about 30 million.
I have it, Mr. Kennedy. About 41% or 1.4 million babies births are financed by Medicaid, according to the National Center for Health Statistics. Yes or no, do you believe that Medicaid is a critical program?
I believe that Medicaid is a critical program, but that it's not working as well as it ought to be. And President Trump has asked me to make it work better, that most Americans are not happy with it, that the premiums are too high, the deductibles are too high, and everybody's getting sicker. Too much money is going to the insurance industry.
I have a series of yes or no questions. They're pretty simple. Because you heard we're not going to get a second round of questions, I ask for your indulgence to be able to get through them yes or no. In New Mexico, as you know, Medicaid is often measured state by state. It might surprise you if you look at some of those surveys. In New Mexico, the response was 90% of New Mexicans on Medicaid report satisfaction getting care, 80% getting specialist care, 85% getting urgent care, 95% ease of filings out of focus. Not to pick on any one of my colleagues, but in Louisiana, 86% of people on Medicaid are satisfied with their interactions, 83% are satisfied getting care, 85% are satisfied getting specialized care, 82% getting urgent care. I can go on state by state, but we don't have the time today. Yes or no, do you support cutting Medicaid or reducing, and especially in an area where you and I spoke about with the federal investment in Medicaid, which is known as FMAP?
President Trump has not told me to that he wants to cut Medicaid. He's told me to make it better.
Do you support cutting, yes or no? Let me ask you this way, since it's only about President Trump.
I support making it better, Senator.
If President Trump asks you to cut Medicaid, will you do it?
Oh, it's not up to me to cut Medicaid. It would be up to Congress. And
you don't
I'm going to work.
Mr. Kennedy, you don't want to answer? I'll move on. Do you know how many states will end? Mr. Chairman, if I may pause my time. So I understand that people are getting asked to leave if they stand up with signs, but there's a lot of other as well, Mr. Chairman. So it needs to be extended to everyone. As Mr. Kennedy said, we should respect each other when we have a difference of opinion. We're just trying to do our jobs here and trying to ask questions. That's all. And that's all I'm doing with Mr. Kennedy, folks. So
Senator Lujan, you are right, and I ask the audience to please be respectful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that very much. Mr. Kennedy, do you know how many states will end their Medicaid expansion if the federal share of Medicaid drops?
Well, there's 40 states that have signed on to the expansion, so
it's a smaller number. So it's 9 states would quickly have to end their expansion because of the laws that they have. That's about 4 million folks across the country, and in New Mexico, Iowa, and Idaho, they have triggers that it would immediately have to go into effect if in fact that gets cut. The reason I'm asking those questions is there's been a lot of chatter and conversations around Medicaid. Now, I agree we can always do better, and we must be doing better in America. But Medicaid has been shown to improve health outcomes, including mortality, quality of life, and access to preventative care as well. And there's some areas, Mr. Kennedy, that you and I touched on specific to Native American communities. One of the concerns that I have are these programs matter to folks. You shared your passion about caring for folks. I believed that passion. My question in this area is, as you know, when folks are doing research and they're going to check to see if medicine works on someone, if they're not included in that trial, it often doesn't help them. That's what all the evidence shows. So what are you going to do when programs are eliminated to require the inclusion of Native Americans in clinical trials when it comes to life-saving medicine?
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure there's Native Americans in clinical trials. As I said to you when I visited your office, I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. My family's been deeply involved with them. My family, father and uncle were big critics of the Indian Health Service, failure to deliver good health results or health care on the reservations. I'm going to bring a Native, and for the first time in history, into my central office. That all the major decisions in my office will be that he will have he already interviewed a candidate, a very, very good candidate, will have direct impact on all the major offices. One of my priorities is
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up in that space specifically. Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increase clinical trial diversity?
Just repeat that again, I'm sorry.
Will you commit to finalizing the congressionally mandated FDA guidance to increasing clinical trial diversity?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Will you commit to reinstating all of the pages that were eliminated and people that were fired from this administration that have this responsibility?
I cannot commit to that because I don't know who they are.
Well, Well, there's
I'll
some folks
commit
out
to
there
working with you to make sure
Mr. Kennedy,
those positions are adequately staffed.
I will follow up in writing in those specific areas because I think there's some commonality here, but answers matter. And so I'd like to get those as timely as possible. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I'll say is one of the conversations I had last before this hearing was with a family that I've been working with to work with my Republican colleagues when it comes to autism and federal programs and making a difference in these families' lives and this little girl's life. What I'm asking now, Mr. Chairman, is unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from Autism Speaks titled, quote, "Do Vaccines Cause Autism?" End quote. And I'll note that the first sentence states, quote, "Vaccines do not cause autism," end quote. Thank you, I yield back.
Without objection. And before we move on, we've had a request from several quarters for a quick restroom break. We will take a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry to those remaining 5 or 6 senators who must wait a few minutes, but we will have a quick break. We will be back as soon as we can.
They're like cheering him and stuff.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you a bit of news, really, about Owlcat Games, the developer behind a couple of my favorite CRPGs, and what they've got going on for 2025 and beyond. So, over.
Oh, no, I don't care about that. Oh, there was a American Airlines plane crash. That sucks.
They gave him a bat.
Thank you, the gamer from Mars. I'd like this subject channel.
No! Does not compute! Does not compute! It does not compute!
I oddly look back fondly at my teenage years for being at the ground floor of watching early YouTubers. Back in those days, the platform, along with companion sites with embedded blip.tv videos, were filled with unhinged media critics, with game and movie reviews being one of the first notable genres of online video content in the 2000s. While most of the smaller names in the genre have been forgotten to time, one that lingers in the online lexicon is Movie Bob. But what makes this middle-aged man so controversial? Well, today we'll find out. Bob Shipman started his online aspirations in the form of a blog all the way back in 2005. It was a place to share his musings on films, the industry, and sometimes politics. This led him to coin the alias Movie Bob, introducing himself on his profile in the third person. Bob is a part-time independent filmmaker, part-time amateur film critic, and full-time movie geek. He is heterosexual, a Pisces, and a severely lapsed Catholic. He is a tireless enemy of censorship, considering his personal politics a libertine, and enjoys acting as a full-time irritant to overly serious people of all political stripes. Even 20 years later, this description is fairly fitting. It didn't take long for him to venture out into video content, creating a YouTube channel in 2006. He was one of its earliest creators, with the site only existing for a year. Bob posted new reviews on both platforms regularly. He was able to keep up this consistency for years, which paid off by the turn of the decade. But before we go any further in today's video, I'd like to give a shout out to my sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm. I'm sure everyone has seen the headlines of a person being hit by a car and receiving a multi-million-dollar settlement due to negligence on the driver's part. But what you might not think about are the teams behind the wronged that fight to get them the compensation they deserve, such as Morgan & Morgan. Sure, there are plenty of law firms out there that will advertise this service, but many don't have the teams needed to take on a multi-million-dollar case. And even to find out, you'll have to call them up, leave a message, hope that they even call back, and set up a consultation in the future. The great thing about Morgan & Morgan is you can submit your case through their website without talking to anyone, with you receiving a prompt response from a professional that can help no matter how big the case if you become their client. This has led to them winning clients sums in the tens of millions, such as $12 million in Florida, 34 times the highest insurance offer, and $26 million in Philadelphia, 40 times the highest insurance offer. And the best part is their lawyers are absolutely free unless they win you money. You can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at forthepeople.com/TGFM, found in the description, or by scanning the QR code on the screen from your phone's camera. So if you ever got seriously injured, you can reach out to Morgan & Morgan today. His first break wasn't in film discussion, surprisingly, but a series he created in 2008 called The Game Overthinker. It focused on video game analysis with his signature fast-paced narration.
I thought about starting this off with some sort of introduction, but honestly, you don't care. Many thanks for pretending to care anyway, but we both know you don't. Your first question is not who is this guy, but rather what sets this guy apart from every other f***ing game culture video rant guy on the web, and rightly so.
This caught the attention of skycatlive.com, a titan in early gaming content. Their spotlight quickly netted each episode of Bob's series thousands of views. Mr. Chipman was compared to other creators at the time, like the Angry Video Game Nerd and Zero Punctuation. The latter, made by Ben Yahtzee Crenshaw, was posted on a site called The Escapist. By 2008, Yahtzee's videos were garnering millions of views, which bolstered the outlet's traffic by 394%, getting him hired by the online magazine full-time. With such lucrative returns, it wasn't long until The Escapist began looking for other promising up-and-comers. This search for new talent brought him to Movie Bob, who was first contacted a year later. For a while, gaming remained his focus, with most fans watching The Game Overthinker. Like many at the time, he introduced storylines around his exaggerated persona. It began in episode 43 with the appearance of his evil doppelganger, the Anti-Thinker. I think I need to back up by saying he fits many of the stereotypes of the era. The nostalgia critic and those inspired by him would feature drawn-out skits with a slew of different characters, which were usually just them in different costumes and wigs. This similarly gradually became the focus of Bob's show.
Although your primary function is to provide commentary on games and game culture, about a year ago you were attacked by the Anti-Thinker, your evil double from an alternate universe. You defeated him, but the battle ripped a hole in the space-time continuum, allowing creatures and powers from the video game world to cross over into the human world.
The series eventually reached over 50 episodes, with a loyal audience on both YouTube and Screw Attack. For The Escapist, he created a new show called Escape to the Movies. It often received multiple uploads a week, accompanied by a written column. This is where Bob would sometimes break character to discuss real-world issues. It's clear he had a lot more to say than these alter egos allowed. The habit was rewarded in 2010 when the mag gifted him a second series named The Big Picture.
You know, when The Escapist told me they wanted me to do another show for them, I couldn't quite process what was going on. But when they said it could be a show where I just get up on my soapbox and say whatever I want about whatever random nerdy thing is on my mind at the moment, while these pop art representations of my fractured psyche spell out my emotional state, it all became crystal clear. I am working for crazy people. And it's awesome.
This allowed him to rant about a broader range of topics, as well as be more personal with fans.
Donald Trump pretending to run for president as a publicity stunt for his crappy reality show does not bother me. Rich idiots with no taste wasting their money pumps billions back into the economy. Always has. What does bother me is that the make-believe joke candidate isn't really acting or speaking all that differently from some of the real candidates.
An early episode, Magneto Was Right, had Bob open up about his childhood.
So, as a kid, I was bullied. Most severely in grade school, but still plenty in high school, just not as physically because I suddenly turned into one of the tallest in my class. I didn't react to it too well, even to the point of occasionally becoming a genuine scumbag myself in projection, something I regret to this very day. Straighter than Brad Majors, whiter than Billy Quizboy's business partner. What had my crime been to stand in social order then?
That led him to conclude the bullies were simply intimidated by his superiority.
Billy Quizboy.
It's not just that they don't understand you, it's that they're intimidated by you. And your bullies aren't just wrong, you could make them pay for it. After all, the oppression of nerds by normals thing kinda ends once you're out of the cesspit of high school and into the adult world, right? Or does it?
You know, White was a really good character from Venture Brothers, and his name was White. But White himself was an albino, but I think the character themselves is very Jewish. And I don't mean that in some weird way or bad way or anything. I think it's a compliment. But yeah, I've always thought of White as a very, very Jewish character.
Think about the way the popular culture, even today, demonizes different people of extraordinary ability, particularly extraordinary intellect or outside the mainstream artistic vision.
Bob then reveals he still desired revenge, and this torment had shaped his entire worldview to this very day.
To say that I'm not over it would be an understatement. I don't think there's an aspect of my existence or psychology that isn't colored in some way by a lingering desire to somehow get back not only at all those who were cruel to me, but at the whole overriding social system that allowed it to happen in the first place, which I acknowledge is both sad and the worst possible
So
way
people didn't like you in high
whatever.
school and you didn't get laid, so you just went out and decided that you were a supervillain or whatever? Jesus fucking Christ. Wait, that was somebody else? Yes, that's another character. I don't like those ones. I think you have to have an explosive. Maybe a grenade is really good for those. Maybe a grenade pops it immediately. That's what grenades are for, those crabs. Maybe that would be good. I don't have any grenades though. And somebody else was firing an LMG, but I don't see them or hear them. I don't want anybody else to suffer any more than I suffered.
Dream job writing about movies, video games, and comic books. However, these attitudes were scrutinized as he became more outspoken on politics. He started a show to...
Wiener villain. American Bob, Wiener villain. Okay. Was the player? I don't think they can get my house, right? I mean, the door's open. Did the player come by? I don't know.
To discuss contemporary issues called American Bob.
American Bob. Okay, I'm gonna get something to eat for dinner. Getting towards the end of the shift here. No, that's the... Starting to get low again. Damn it. Fucking annoying.
With some of his stated positions, it would be easy to label him left-wing. However, in a Q&A, he clarified his only alignment was whatever benefited him the most in the moment.
Yep.
Political affiliation, whatever benefits me or the smallest of stuff that me actually cares about most in any given situation.
This wasn't just an offhand remark. He later went on record to state he literally didn't have any morals, as the idea didn't make sense to him. While he voted Democrat, he wasn't a liberal and felt, we do not all matter equally or at all. It just logically made more sense to help others, so the subjugated wouldn't take revenge. While I'm accepting of natural selection and a chaotic universe, I'm also accepting of reality. Even if you were cold and inhuman enough to cut the disadvantaged, undereducated, homeless, mentally unwell, etc. loose from help to fend for themselves, it's not going to work. These people will not simply die off or disappear. The species is too resilient for that. They will survive. They will organize in one form or another, and they'll likely exact a certain amount of payback upon those who decided to cut them loose.
Incel.
Which they will deserve. This talk of natural selection doesn't pair well with tweets like this from around the same time. There are days when my fondest wish is that
What?
eugenics hadn't been tainted as a science by racists and Nazis. You call them weekdays. There are times when I really hate that Jim Crow era racists pretty much ruined the idea of intelligence tests for voting. I'm not a philosopher. What I want is a better world, moving forward. Whatever gets me there, within reason, is what I support. However, these specific remarks went unnoticed, with most of the backlash he received at the time being towards his stances on political correctness.
Say something bigoted and hurtful, and if anyone calls you on it, no worries. Just accuse them of trying to enforce political correctness. Suddenly, they're the bad guys, and you're a mighty warrior for free speech.
In 2013, Bob sided with feminist critic Anita Sarkeesian. He made a video praising tropes versus women and calling her detractors trolls and miscreants. Later that year, he attended one of her lectures in person. Behind all the digital fog, the reality is simply one more young woman who loves video games but simply wants what others have and take for granted, and what she concludes that games won't allow most women to do: love them unconditionally. This stance only strengthened with the start of a hashtag called Gamergates, an online movement meant to address ethics in video game journalism, or was a harassment campaign against women in gaming, depending on who you talk to. It was sparked by an affair between developer Zoe Quinn and 5 guys in the industry. Bob was firmly in the anti-camp, labeling it a harassment campaign against his colleagues. He then made a series of tweets lamenting that the fictional characters Mario and Link would be ashamed at what gamers had become. We are supposed to be better than this. There's no Triforce of pettiness. There's no gym badge for hate. I look at how gamers treated Zoe Quinn, will continue to treat Sarkeesian, all of that. What would Mario and Link think of us? Our heroes should be ashamed of us. The next Smash Bros. Cinematic should be a bunch of iconic characters looking away in shame. We were supposed to be better than this, better than all of this. I just need to stop to swear he's not trolling in any of these statements. If that wasn't enough, Bob then feuded with Total Biscuits, a commentator that often criticized Anita and refused to condemn Gamergate. Thing I resent. Lumping all gaming video reviewers and YouTubers in with Total Biscuit. Yeah, he's a clown, but there's a lot of good people in that field doing good work. Angry Joe is legit. Jim Sterling is legit. Screw Attack is legit.
Many feminists love sex.
This is where problems started to arise behind the scenes. You see, while Bob was aligned with most of the industry, the escapists weren't. They allowed discussions on their forums and were sympathetic to the divisive campaign. A notable instance is when they platformed Deb. That suggested hacking Zoe Quinn's email. In February 2015, the escapists declined to renew Bob's freelance contracts, ending their near-decade-long professional relationship. His shows were to continue under new titles, namely The Big Screen and In Bob We Trust. The reason for his departure was unclear at the time, although he elaborated in a post 6 months later. I have in fact become a bit more enlightened as to opinions held and things said about me and my work. Persons, or perhaps just person, that I have naively considered friends or at least good faith business partners that leave me deeply suspicious about the circumstances of my departure, and profoundly disappointed in their behavior of persons. I'll leave it at that. It's unclear who this was, although an ex-contributor blamed the site's parent company Defy Media for its leaning.
Why do you sound so white? You sound like a pissed off fucking gossip columnist. I'm sorry. Oh, you loved me, didn't you? The yogurt was quite good. Quite a good roast beef sandwich. Okay.
Bob was furious, vowing to never forget whoever had wronged him. I have nothing.
I shall get you out to. It's like a goblin under a bridge. I'll get you.
Hatred in my heart forever.
Like, I have a lot of problems with people, and I've got a lot more anger and rage than most people. But I'm also the calmest person you'll ever meet, and it's weird, and it just doesn't pay to provoke the energy to get upset. It just doesn't pay.
Every force and circumstance that led to its loss. That's probably a little immature, but it is what it is. I work hard to expel pain from my psyche, but the memories of people and things who have wronged me and mine I keep for a long, long time. This was followed by the end of the game Overthinker, which concluded after its 100th episode. He was proud to have concluded the series on his own terms, the way he wanted to. It centered around him questioning his game.
Like 100 episodes. Jesus Christ! Do you have any idea what I'm up to? I'm at like 950 or something like that. And this guy's like, I made it 100 episodes. But I mean, to his credit, he's talking about episodes, like shit that he edited, shit that he wrote. But I've still got him beat by something like 9 times that. 9 times the content, 9 times the amount of games, 9 times the amount of time, 9 times the amount of entertainment. I don't care if people like me or ever tell me. I don't care, because it doesn't matter. It's like weird. It just, the shit goes on. Like, you know, it just goes on.
Identity with a heavy focus on Gamergate.
Consider what? I didn't start Gamergate or any of the other stupid outbursts that came before.
You're a liberal. You're like holding this machine gun in half your videos, but you're half liberal like me.
All I've ever tried to do is...
I've never met a fucking right-winger who could even mention Anita Sarkeesian's name without rage. It's hilarious.
Fight that mindset. No, you didn't create it. You only trained it and armed it.
It's weird how close this is to blackface. It's really uncomfortable for me. It seems kind of like blackface a little bit, doesn't it? Just a little bit, but it's not. It's like demon face. It's kind of like he wants to show you his true demon self. I mean, who would portray themselves like this?
What are you talking about? Don't get snippy on me now.
I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm not one to talk. I've done some terrible videos on YouTube. But see, the difference is, he can't unwrite this. I can always just delete my videos.
Overthinker, you're here to learn something, and this is it.
The video attempts...
What? It sounds so crazy. Okay. Say what you want about, like, losing your temper as a streamer. It happens to all of us. You end up having some episode on stream. That's part of the job. You're supposed to have episodes on stream. This guy is not having an episode on stream. This guy is having a psychotic break where he just sort of... And it's weird because I've done this too, but I'm not. I don't think I've ever done anything like he's doing. He's like lapsing into some kind of demon form in his mind where he like talks through his demon or whatever. And that's something I just can't relate to. I can relate to screaming at Microsoft as they fuck me, or screaming at OBS as they fuck me, or screaming at the developers as they fuck me. You know, I can get that. You know that. I mean, I know how Sisyphean that is. and how little likely it is to ever matter. Screaming at the developers like that is just stupid. I know how dumb it is, but it's good and it's fun and it's cathartic, and it really helps me get my issues out. It really does, you know? This guy, he seems to be full-blown RPing some kind of demon come to the real realm, and that's a vibe I've never delivered and never will. See it? He went to great deals to do. He went to great lengths to do this. To make him appear like some kind of demon Shadow Realm version of the Nintendo Power Kid. But he's like bigger than me. He's definitely way bigger than me. And like he's bigger than me. But I don't know. But the Nintendo Kid was never that kind of image.
Now, overthinker.
And it's gonna sound like fat shaming if I say what I want to say, so I'm just not gonna say it.
You're here to learn something, and this is it.
The video
What are you talking about?
attempts to examine how the gamer identity was formed in the first place. But the bizarre presentation only invited widespread ridicule. Nothing like hearing where Gamergate came from explained by a man who had no part in it, yet somehow manages to feed its origins into his Messiah Complex video series. Meanwhile, Bob was in the process of releasing the Movie Bob Anthology. It was a collection of books he self-published over the years. The most notable was Super Mario Bros. 3, Brick by Brick. It's gone viral for several excerpts comparing notable gaming moments to world-changing historical events. The climactic reveal of Super Mario Bros. 3 is burned, no, seared into...
I think he's right, though. That climactic reveal of Super Mario Bros. 3 is burned into my fucking psyche. He is right about that.
My memory. The way JFK's assassination was for my parents' generation. Or the way 9/11...
No. I think for us... I think that would have been... ...9/11. Where were you? Where were you when they built a ladder to heaven?
Would be for mine a scant 12 years from then. In my memories, the Great Console Wars dragged on like my own private Vietnam. And it didn't help that I was still constantly in trouble at school and in and out of therapy for anger, attention, and authority issues. However, it really only lasted.
So I did something interesting. I bought a very large storage ship, and it is moving microchips, advanced electronics, or whatever. I guess it would be high qual. It's moving like high qual, really. And I'm noticing that, like, it makes a lot more money than these miners do, but the miner money is steady and it probably never ends. This is always kind of annoying because if it runs out of stuff to buy... Oh, I was stopped by the police. Yeah. It is a little Grand Theft Auto type game. There is like a world going on here. There definitely is. She's got nothing to do because there's nothing to buy. I guess I'll... Let's see what happens if I tell her to local auto trade. Advanced Electronics, Argon Prime, confirm. There's nothing to sell, so what else do we sell here? Get rid of Advanced Electronics and see what else do we sell. Okay, do weapon components. Oh, is she moving now? She is. She's on about her thing for the Advanced Electronics Factory. I'm going to save a batch of money and give her another escort. She's got an escort. It flies along with her and just protects it. I'm going to give myself like a 20 ship escort. And eventually you're going to see them flying all around me all the time. I'm going to give myself like a nice like big escort. The cheapest combat ships I can get and just assign each one to me and just tell it to protect me. So cool. This game's getting better as the days go by. It's starting to like suck me in more. Which is always good. When you get sucked in more, you know? Yeah. I didn't realize, but the reflection on the glass actually really is important. It makes it seem like a lot cooler. I actually really like this game a lot. Glad I bought it. They need to make a medieval game like this. Maybe I should look at me. You know, I saw. I heard them tell of a medieval X4.
Designer of this game. Actually, off the top of my head, I'm not sure what his title is in Mohawk Studios, but he is probably one of the bigger driving forces behind the game. There's also there's actually like a old world game actually was released like
Nope. Yeah, I think this was the one I was looking at.
Hey, everybody, it's Party Elite. The field.
Yeah, this was the one I was looking at.
And we also aren't building anything. Okay. This isn't terrible. It's very expensive. Eats our population up, drops us by a level, but that's okay. We have an extra. And happiness drops as well. I wouldn't mind, actually. Let's drop it down to 2,000. So let's go ahead and add a peasant mob, I think. Let me see. What else can I get in here? I can get 2 more swords, so fine. Let's go ahead and get 2 more swords. No reason not to. Right, plus. I keep wanting to press that button instead. No, not you. Peasants.
Welcome, Forex fans. It's Rob here from Explorant here with my tier list for 2024 for the last decade. And I did this a while ago, and needless to say, the feedback was, yeah, it was interesting. So I've decided to revisit this and talk about some of the more recent games and how they stack up in the tier now, and then also to address some of the issues that were brought up in the last one, which is some concerns about what was considered a 4X game. And I want to.
Yeah, I'm looking for what game was that? Jack Shepard did our survival games lying to you.
If you're a game developer out there, think about listening to your community and not ruining your game.
There are so many features of this DLC pack that make it absolutely a pay-to-win experience.
No, the score graphic didn't get stuck. That's a 1 out of 10, folks.
Jesus.
There was once a time when the goal was simple: make great games. And in the early 2010s, they did just that. The holiday season had players rushing to stores, finding shelves packed with AAA titles that promised hours of entertainment. Minecraft sparked creativity, DayZ redefined survival, and Rust took every encounter and made it personal. Developers listened, cared, and created. A few hundred players became millions, building worlds, forging alliances, and creating stories that lasted far beyond the screen. But today, those stories feel forgotten. Now, survival games tell a different story. One of broken promises, lost potential, and players left behind. Waves of cheating have taken...
No, wait, go back. Thank you, Jack Shepard, for the excellent content from my stream of liking sub to your channel.
and created. A few hundred players became...
So, I want to look at Fantasy 4X, right? I just want to see the gameplay. That's enough to know. See, this is like, but this, yeah. Spellforce.
So they've got a cut. No, I'm lying. I thought you had mana, mastery, and research. We can't do it yet though. It drip feeds us some stuff here. So here's our tower, which we can build rooms in. First one is going to be in the Necromancer's Crypt, so we can do some... Everyone goes into guard mode. And we await their arrival. They tend to move first and then do all of their attack.
Nope.
Yes, ladies and from the ocean, giving you a hint even before the water. We'll name.
Fuck. So this doesn't exist. I want like this. I want a mix of this game, Shadows of Doubt. I keep sneezing. It's so annoying. What was I gonna say? Got my mind blown. I want a game that's like Shadows of Doubt mixed with Daggerfall and what's it called? Bannerlord and X4. Yeah, this is a lot of money. Like, I guess I should just start buying trade ships now with the money that I'm making, because this is really good money. Look, there's my escort ship. Eventually, I'll have like 15 of them just guarding me. This is the best space trucking that there is.